Ayo. It said that I've been streaming for minus 12 seconds. The hell? Because I went back in time. I'm a time traveler. Don't you know that? That's why I'm a sage. I travel the time. How you doing this morning, chat? So, chat, I did. So, I took the videos. Where is it? So,
Wait, what? I did not mean to do that. I accidentally added a new scene. There we go. Add image. Show this later too. This is interesting. So you guys obviously won't be able to hit play on the videos, right? But here, let me do this for now. We'll go through it step by step, and then I could zoom in. So I'm gonna mute my Septimus too. So what I did, chat, is I went into the video editing software, and I went with a resolution of 1/100th of a second, and I took a look. So you're just gonna have to trust me on the video. I don't feel like opening the video editing software right now to show you guys. But at 0.01 seconds, that's when the grab cooldown begins, showing that I started my grab. Now the NPC visibly moved, like you see his body reposition as if he's going into my grab at 0.41. There's also a CC timer in the BA that appears over the NPC at 0.51, and then the protection on me begins at 0.58. Now, there's obviously as much as 170 milliseconds between the NPC visibly moving and the SA grabbing. That must have something to do with the client to communication time. It might be interesting to reproduce these on a player instead of an NPC. Maybe I'll see if Divios wants to do that because it's super quick to do. But so in total, from start to protection, it's 0.57 seconds on the ranged grab. So even if they increased it to 0.6 seconds, like they said in the notes, I don't think they'll give Awakening Sage 0.7. I think that's going to be Awaken Core, but I could see Sage getting 0.5 or 0.6. And if they give us 0.5, they actually buff Sage's ranged grab. If they make it 0.6, then it's like the minor smallest nerf to Sage grab. Now, the next test was with the melee grab, where the melee grab, once again, the cooldown begins at 0.01 seconds. The NPC visibly moves at 0.44. The CC timer above it starts at 0.51. And then the SA begins at 0.58. So for the melee grab, it's actually 0.57 seconds again. So that might end up actually getting buffed. Awakening Sage's melee grab might be getting buffed. If they end up making it 0.3... and then a failed grab into a protected ability. This is where the largest difference is going to be. This is where the nerf really is. Well, part of where the nerf really is. Because the grab cooldown in the video starts at 0.03 seconds, and then I hold my iframe to try to iframe as quickly as possible. And 0.5 seconds later, it starts the grab animation, does the failed grab, and then I bolt. So that's 0.5 seconds. This is where the nerf will be. Because the new change will be 0.3 plus the 0.4 wind down. So that'll be 0.7. So there'll be 200ths or 200 thousandths of a second. That sounds really weird how I said that. 0.2 of a second added to that. So this is where the nerf will really be, is a failed grab. Which is perfectly reasonable. And then I tried doing a cancel into a grab, because it always feels faster when you're doing like either a bolt into a grab, impaling into a grab, or lightning surge into a grab. It feels like the grab's going off faster. Turns out it isn't actually going off that much faster. So once again, the bolt cooldowns begins at 0.01. That's not the grab, by the way. I'm just documenting everything. I immediately do a lightning surge, and that begins at 0.44. So the whole bolt animation, right, is 0.43. That's what that basically says. The grab cooldown, so as soon as I lightning surge, I try to grab as quickly as possible. So 0.4 seconds later, the grab cooldown starts at the 0.84 seconds mark. And then the NPC visibly moves into the grab position at 0.11, which is actually slightly shorter. The NPC CC timer starts at 1.18 seconds, which is also still slightly shorter. And then grab SA begins at 0.128, which is actually slightly longer, which is kind of odd. So I documented that in terms of actual time difference here. And while using the what would appear to be a cancel, it's 0.03 quicker, 0.03 quicker, but then it's 0.03 later. So it's actually only 3/100ths of a second faster when you do a grab off of Lightning Surge, which is very minor when you consider the whole, and that was with the melee grab. When the whole melee grab is basically 0.5 anyways, a 0. That makes it like 0. I think it was 0.57, that makes it 0.54. So very minimal. That'll probably end up being a buff to that too when they do it. So the conclusion that I drew from this is successful grabs will feel relatively similar, very minor impact, just won't be quickened or slowed by debuffs anymore, right? So this is probably one of the biggest things right here, this line, is right now, your buffs, your grabs are affected by movement and cast speed. So when you're shy buffed or you're Z buffed, that's when your grabs are going off significantly faster. Now they're basically just going to be one standard speed all the time. They're not going to be sped up. They're not going to be slowed. They're just going to feel the same all the time. And then this basically reiterating what I said earlier. The biggest difference here will be when you fail a grab, right? Now that they're adding that 0.4 second wind down, it's going to make a failed grab feel longer. That's where the biggest nerf is to all grabs across the board. And then obviously, the not being able to move your camera and stuff as you're doing the grab is also going to be a big nerf. That's going to affect different classes differently. It's actually, believe it or not, it's not going to affect Awakened Sage's range grab, because our range grab bugs out anyways. If you do like a bolt and you do this and you quickly grab, it actually doesn't throw your grab over there. Your range grab doesn't get thrown at all. If they're in melee range, you'll grab them, but if they're at range, it just doesn't work. If you do a bolt and you throw it forward though, it still works. But only forward. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of Awakened Sages will tell you that your grab, that's the thing though, is for us it isn't a nerf. That's what I'm saying, Blade. Our range grab doesn't work that way anyways. The grab doesn't work. For other classes though, it will be. Yeah, for other classes where it works. Right now, ours has always been bugged, so it just doesn't work doing that. So them nerfing that actually doesn't do anything for us. It nerfs the range grab, being able to flip your camera. Sorry, the melee grab, but not the range grab. Oh, I already got the buffs. Oh yeah. Salty Figus grinds on a witch, not a sage? Tell them, yeah. Where can you find that? Find what? That was just testing I did last night, and I was talking with Armin and Divios about it, right? And I just broke it down to the 1/100th of a second. I would have liked to have a resolution of 1,000ths of a second, but I ended up just screenshotting the conversation. Now, I might want to repeat those grabs, since I was doing them on an NPC in the BA. It would be interesting to redo all that testing against an actual player and see how it varies. See if it lines up exactly, or if it's slightly different when you're doing it against a player. Just have the player stand still with no resist, right? You're trying to just see how the timings are. So I might ask Divios to do that later, if I have time. Maybe tomorrow. I might not have time later tonight. But that might be interesting to see. You know what? I am not going to bother. I really don't need a house buff here. $4.5 AP is just such a minimal amount. But yeah, once again, TLDR, the grab nerfs are going to feel so minor. The biggest area you'll feel it is when you fail a grab. When you fail a grab and not being able to as quickly turn your grab. That's where the biggest nerf is. The timings actually are like fucking nothing. The biggest nerf to the timings is not being affected by attack speed anymore. That's where the biggest nerf is. I will show you guys later too. We'll go over it again later when there's more people in here. I'm just super excited to share that with you guys because it confirms my suspicions. Wait. What am I doing with these pets? Alright. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. Get our buffs rolling. I would personally tap a Pen Blackstar sub-weapon. Although, actually, let me see how memory fragments are. Alright, let me just do this instead. Memory fragments are kind of expensive. I still think tap, because there's a chance to get lucky and you get it for cheaper. And if you actually get really unlucky, then you end up with stacks, or at least a stack you can use for the sub-weapon. It's kind of, there's probably a weird spot in between right now where if you're like at 15 attempts, or I think it's 20 pities, right? If you're at like 15 to 19 attempts, and then if you succeed, you lose the stack and you still probably paid basically the price. I mean, I guess at that point it's the equivalent to buying anyways, right? So I really think it's a win-win no matter what. Oh, is it 15 pities? Yeah, I think it's probably a win-win no matter what. Because worst case scenario, if you're probably at like 12 or 13 attempts, you probably paid roughly the cost of buying it anyways. So if it goes, then you basically just bought it. But you have a chance to get lucky, and you have a chance to get unlucky. And both of those situations are also a win. Because if you get unlucky, you get the Black Star for a little bit more, but you save a bunch of money on the stack that came with it because you failed a bunch. Or if you get lucky, you just save a bunch of silver, right? Yeah, if you have a Pen Goddard, you can change it to a Black Star. It's a super easy quest to do. You don't even have to go anywhere to do it. You just do it with the Black Spirit. But yeah, you won't be able to use the Goddard. You'll have to use the Black Star. That's how it was with the Sovereign Awakening main hand too. You had to convert it back to a Black Star. So, I used to use a God or Eye offhand, and I already converted it back to a Black Star because, you know, I don't want to forget that day and then have to do, you know, try to scramble or whatever. There'll probably be a lot of people that day too that are scrambling to do it. So the stones that are required to convert it to a Black Star might actually get sold out that day. Because if I'm not mistaken, it takes like 20 scorching fragments. There might actually be a ton of people that end up trying to do that last minute, and then the scorching market runs out. Is it 200? I thought it was 20. Maybe it's 200. I don't know why I remember it being lower. You might be right. I don't remember exactly. I'd definitely convert it now with the Sovereign being just around the corner. You don't want to be stuck that day having to go grind out your own scorching fragments or wait for orders. I am only grinding DSR these days because I'm trying to hit level 67. And I would prefer to grind it Orzekia because it's much, like, there's a decent chunk more money there. But the XP there is so bad. So I'm trying to take advantage of this 1000% EXP buff that we have right now. But I'm not trying to sacrifice too much money, right? Like, I could go to Gyfin and finish off level 67 before the event is done. But my money gets cut in half if I go to Gyfin. So I don't really want to go to Gyfin. I mean, apparently if I went to Gyfin and popped all my buffs, I could get like 1% a day and be done in a week. Also, Darkseekers is nice because it is super chill. Oh, okay, 10 Scorching Shards, that's right. Okay, I don't know why I thought it was 20, shit. Here, I thought I was underestimating it, and I was actually overestimating it. Yeah, it's pretty cheap, right? A lot of those things you probably already have a ton of. It's just the Scorching Shards. And the Scorching Shards are super cheap and easy to get right now, but I have a pretty good feeling that those will be sold out the day the Sovereign Offhand gets released. And they won't be sold out for long. I don't think there's, opportunity to make money. Maybe a very minor amount if you buy a bunch and resell them. But I don't think it'll be worth it, to be honest. Like, you'd have to buy so many to just make 1 billion silver that it's not worth the effort. The opportunity cost of doing that is probably going to offset. But I think it will be sold out for, like, at least the first day, right? When people are trying to convert their God or Eye back to Sovereign. Back to Black Star to convert to Sovereign. You don't want to be sitting there waiting to get your Sovereign offhand because you don't have the Scorching Shards to convert back to Black Star. That'd be just annoying. You know what I did this morning, chat? My protein powder I have, I ended up mixing it with my coffee. I was like, I don't really feel like having breakfast, but I need something. Usually my coffee suppresses my appetite, right? But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try this protein powder in there. I put it in my coffee. It's actually really good. For explosive diarrhea, uh-oh. We'll find out if I get up and start running to the bathroom holding my ass. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Maybe mistakes were made. Oh, shit. Always you knew you were a shitter. Yeah, you guys about to find out how. Good thing I'm wearing brown pants right now, although they're kind of more tan. Somebody get Grandpa a diaper. Is the TTS still broken? Oh, I completely forgot to fix that last night. God damn it. Maybe it's because I changed that voice back to V3. Let me change it to V2. It'd be really weird for it to break all of them, though. See if that fixed it. Doesn't look like it did. Let me send this test. This should work.
This is a test message.
Okay, so it's some type of issue with the connection between this website and Twitch. I wonder if I can unlink it and relink it. Let me try logging out and logging back in. I don't think this is going to do it. Or maybe if I go to Twitch and reconnect it. Okay, there's nothing to do with that custom voice. Maybe I got to go to like the connections on Twitch and unconnect it, and then go back to TTS Monster and reconnect it. Let me preserve my buffs while we're trying to solve this. I'm going to go to my Twitch dashboard and see if I can disconnect it from there. Oh, I want to see if this still works. Okay, cool. Maybe it's under settings. Wow. I just found a setting to remove ad-free viewing for subscribers. I could make even subs still have to watch ads. That's fucked up. What the hell? What kind of animal would what kind of monster would turn that on? How long is 67? 91% at 66? Uh, I'm getting approximately 1% every 3 days right now with the 1000% buff. Okay. Oh, channel points enabled. Da, 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 da. Maybe there's an issue in here. Maybe if I try changing it to that. Okay, let's do that, and then I'll do that. Save. Boom. Then I'll refresh the source. Let's see if this fixed it. No. So it had nothing to do with there being a slash in there. At this point, I'm fucking trying everything. I might have to go to their Discord. I can't be the only person having this issue. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's Streamlabs. I'm just trying one thing at a time. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. What is that button? I don't remember seeing that button. No, I'm not looking for chat issues. I've already done that. I'm not looking for you guys to give me tips. Trust me, I've tried everything you guys are going to suggest. Man just gave me the equivalent of turn it off and on again. Fuck off. Looks like I'm not the only person having this issue. See if this fixes it. Oh, wait, what? Okay, no, never mind.
Testes.
Woo! We fixed the chat! Okay, now let's see if the voice is fixed. Okay.
Pleb test. Zethine, Dragor is hella gay.
Well, apparently that TTS still doesn't work. But we'll turn it. Unfortunately, we got to go with the shittier voice. Let me, since I'm in that Discord right now, let's see if version 3, if other people are experiencing issues with that. Let's make sure the sound effects are working. Okay. Okay, I can close those. Close that. Well, it looks like I'm not the only person that it's not working for. It looks like there's a bunch of people. So, yeah, version 3 is just off the table for now. So we'll just change that to version 2. Unfortunately, this one's quiet, and I can't turn it up or the sound effects will ear rape us. Boo. So quiet. Or we could just go to the worst one. Oh well. We'll just leave it. As long as the other stuff's now working. Yo, what's up, Xavier? Sorry, it was like 15 minutes since you asked that. What class should I consider if I'm looking for low APM but high damage for PvE? Low APM, high damage. I don't know how, like,
well, now that this is working again, it's time for a joke. Have you heard about the guy who dipped his balls in glitter? Pretty nuts.
Yeah, very pretty nuts. I mean, Guardian's low APM, high damage, but it is kind of slower. So if you're looking for something to chill on, Guardian's always good for a chill grind, but it's not really like... If you're looking for like a really fast grinder when you say high damage, I don't think they're like the fastest grinders. I think one of the issues Guardian has is getting back attacks. Is Witch lower APM? I know a lot of people are grinding on Witch right now. I thought Witch was kind of sweaty though. Like if you wanted to pull really good numbers. Awaken Witch? Ah, maybe that's what it is. Ooh, chat. We are almost halfway to monetizing the YouTube channel. Halfway, baby. And it keeps accelerating, so we're probably more like 3/4 of the way. Does it have comfy key inputs? It does. If you want to just chill on Awakening Sage, the key inputs can be comfy. You're not going to pull great numbers, though, if you just do the comfy stuff. If you want to pull good numbers and become like one of the higher grinders, then it starts to get a little sweaty. You're doing a lot more Radiance and Lightning Bolts, Shock Relays, Lightning Surges. These are all like really fast animations that you're weaving between abilities and in succession with each other. And like I said, if you want to pull really good numbers, you got to do more of that shit, and then it's a lot less comfy. But if you want to just chill, you can do that too, right? Like, take a look at this, right? I got one hand up in the air. Right? Pretty chill. One hand grinding, baby. What am I doing with my other hand? I'm fucking grinding, baby.
Two guys are having sex and the house catches on fire.
So,
Who gets out first?
it can be pretty chill.
The guy on top or the guy on the bottom? The guy on the bottom, cause he's already got his shit packed.
What is your problem, Dragor? Why would you type that? Oh my god. Maybe we should have kept the TTS broken. Oh, we didn't horse buff. Oh, it's not about it being funny or not. It's about the mental image. The dirty ass thoughts you're putting in my head.
Have you heard about the TTS version 3? I hear it's pretty good, Kappa.
I don't understand why some players are so tanky when I fight them in Season Arsha. What do they use? Yeah, crystals and... will it let you use Dekia artifacts? I think it used to. I don't know if it still does. But yeah, seasons, even though they're capped, they're not really capped. Because, yeah, if they're using a Heyte and 2 Bitters and 4 Hooms, they're going to be way tankier than someone who's not using that shit. Not to mention if they're running, like, Blur on top or even at least Iron Wall. Striker in general is just tanky, too. Same as Zerker. God, man, Neptunes has such good emotes for classes. Does he have a Sage one? Why do we not have a Sage one for him?
Zeffy Wethy, what do you call a gay dentist? A tooth fairy.
We have Rambo for Suck Sage? Wait, what do you mean? I know. I want to, Pernicles. I've considered that. But my biggest issue is I know I'm going to be getting into a debate with somebody, and then people are going to time them out, and I really don't want that. Because I don't want to be one of those channels. Like when I'm having a discussion with somebody, I don't want to time them out. And I don't want you guys to be able to time them out either. Yo, Kelb, did you see my testing I showed earlier with grab? I did some extensive grab testing last night. So, our melee grab is already it's already at about 0.5 seconds. So our melee grab might be being buffed. Our ranged grab is just below 0.6 seconds, so that's going to feel unchanged. The main difference will be a grab fail. That will get approximately 200 milliseconds added to it. But as for successful grabs, it's going to feel damn near identical or maybe even slightly buffed. The main area where we will feel it is like if you're shy buffed and you have like your Z buff active, like if you have a ton of attack speed buffs rolling, then you're not going to have the crazy fast grab. But also, that works in reverse now too, right? If you're slowed by like 20%, you're not going to feel that on your grab. Your grab's just going to feel much more consistent. So the main nerfs are not being affected by attack speed, failing a grab, and not being able to turn your grab. But the not being able to turn your grab actually isn't a big deal for Sage right now either, because if you try to quickly turn your ranged grab, it doesn't activate anyways. Because it's been bugged forever. So that will affect other classes more than it affects us. You can quickly turn your melee grab off of like an ability like Bolt. If they're in melee range, the grab works fine. But if you're at range, it doesn't throw it out at all. Yesterday I was doing the testing in Streamable, which was kind of iffy. So I ended up actually opening video editing software and ended up time stamping like everything down to the 1/100th of a second. So, failed grabs and turning your grab and not being affected by attack speed buffs is going to be the biggest changes. But otherwise, grabs are going to feel almost identical. Other grab cancels work. So I did it with the grab cancels because like if you do a lightning surge, it feels like your grab comes out super fast. If you do a bolt, if you do an impaling flash, it feels like your grab comes out super fast. Now I didn't test bolt and impaling flash because they feel just as fast as lightning surge. So I just did lightning surge. I didn't have a lot of time last night. And it turns out that it's barely faster at all. Doing a lightning surge only sped up my melee grab by 0.03 seconds. So 30 milliseconds. So considering, it basically changed my grab from being 500 milliseconds to 470 milliseconds. It actually wasn't that much faster. And this was all done with 5 attack speed and a Splendid Stone active with my FPS capped at 60 FPS, right? Because I didn't want my frame rate to vary and then potentially skew the results, especially when you're doing cancels, right? Because a higher frame rate increases a higher frequency of inputs. So that can actually have an effect on it. So I wanted to make sure my FPS was locked at the same amount for every single test. In hindsight, maybe I should have found an FPS I could maintain at a higher rate. when I'm in the BA, maybe I should go to like lock it at like 200 FPS and redo the tests. Because for abilities that cancel, right, at 60 FPS, let's just round it down to 50. That's basically a potential for like a 20 millisecond variance. And when we're trying to measure things down to the 1/100th of a second, that could actually be impactful when you're doing cancels. So you know what? Maybe I should repeat that final test. Maybe I should repeat all the tests at a much higher frame rate. Now that I think about it. Next to the big gate. I was at the advanced training, guys. If you take a look at the name above the NPCs, those are only in one spot. Did it feel punishable? Well, no. See, that's the thing, is I was testing today's grab, not tomorrow's grab. Right? Or the patched grab. I was testing it today. That patch isn't on global right now. I'm going to go on global once that patch hits global and see if they got the numbers exactly the same. But those were all of what our grab feels like today. And like I said, our ranged grab was 600 milliseconds. Just under. It was like, what did I say? 580 milliseconds for a ranged grab. And they said that the ranged grab was going to be anywhere between 0.4, so 400 milliseconds to 700 milliseconds. But I don't think that's going to vary on individual classes. I think that's going to vary from class to class. So depending on the range of your grab is going to determine how long that time is. So like Corsair, for example, has the longest range grab. I think that's going to be the grab that's 700 milliseconds. I think Awakened Sage and Hash will probably be like 600 milliseconds. Lon will probably be 600 milliseconds. I know, it does feel so fast. I was super surprised. But like I said, you know what? Now, like when I'm doing the cancels, input latency is actually pretty important, so I should actually cap my FPS much higher. Because at least if I'm capped at like 200 milliseconds, then the input frequency is 5 milliseconds. Where if I'm capped at like 60 FPS and it's actually around 20 milliseconds, it's actually just under 20 milliseconds, probably more like 18. And when we're measuring things at 1/100th of a second, 20 milliseconds, a potential 20 milliseconds variance in cancels actually can greatly skew the results. So the damage reduction buff's not stacking. They're talking about the percentage damage reduction buffs, right? So like PA and stuff like that, right? Because they're changing those buffs to be additive, right? They're no longer going to be multiplicative. They're going to be additive. So if they actually stacked with each other, you would basically, a lot of those classes would hit 100% damage reduction. So what it'll probably do is just apply the strongest one. I mean, I think DR and evasion buffs are going to get nerfed just around the corner to keep it a buck. If they're going to standardize AP across the board, and they're going to standardize accuracy across the board, I think we're going to see that on the defensive side soon too. If you pull up a clip from my old video from Solera, can you be able to see the grab time from the inputs? You can, but it doesn't do very well because there's other variables that aren't being controlled in there, right? Your frame rate is moving around a lot. Your We don't know which attack speed buffs you have up. Well, I mean, I guess we can see it, but you got to make sure that you're comparing it to other situations, right? And you want to make sure you control as many of the variables as possible. So it doesn't actually serve much purpose because it'll be impossible to repeat those all of the variables, right? Or recreate all the variables identically. With something like that, when you have multiple variables, you need to control as many of them as possible if you want to get accurate results when you're comparing different things to each other. I mean, it could still be interesting just for that one situation. Do you have your cooldowns on screen and super armors on screen? Like when you go into a super armor, does it show it? And does it have the cooldown on your screen? Because seeing those two things are important. So I could pull those up and we could look at that. But we just got to keep in mind that for comparison's sake, there's variables that aren't being controlled. So we can't necessarily use it as a comparison, but we can use it as just like, okay, let's look at this situation and see how it worked. Yeah, I think it was just updated, Bloodbane. If you have the actual video, if you can send me the actual video file, like the original file, not the one that's uploaded. I mean, I guess if it's uploaded, maybe I could download it. But it'd be nice if you could just send me the file. I could open it right now. It doesn't take long to actually take a look at the timings. I suspect it will be faster because right now attack speed and stuff like that is affecting add-ons, or sorry, is affecting grabs. So if you're like Z buffed and you have your attack speed add-on up, then it's definitely going to be faster. Three minutes? You're 3 minutes from home, or the video's 3 minutes? Clip is 3 minutes, you're 2 hours away? Okay. Do you have the clip uploaded to YouTube? I could probably just download it from YouTube and then cut it down. Like I said, the most important thing is having the cooldown indicator on screen and the super armor show up on screen. Because those are two important points of reference. Because the cooldown starting is confirmation that the ability has been activated, right? And and we can get that down to the millisecond, the 1/100th, well, not the millisecond, the tenths of a second, the hundredths of a second. Sorry. I wish the video editing software could do all the way down to the millisecond. Yeah, if you can get me the link, I could probably just do it. I'll just use my snipping tool over the video. Oh, a full origin. Let's go, baby. Yeah, right. And not worrying about being slowed, right? Like, if you get hit by a shock slow and you go for a grab, it's 20% slower. You're not going to have to worry about that either. Your grabs are just going to be a very standard fixed time, no matter what. I think that's really good. You're not going to have these times where grabs are super fast and other times where it feels kind of sluggish. Yeah, right? Because sometimes you throw it out too late, sometimes you throw it out too early, depending on how much attack speed or whatever you have, right? Now you're going to be able to just program in that timing and it'll become muscle memory. You won't have to try to consider these other variables. Why do I recognize this tune? This reminds me of something. I know, right? That's kind of what I thought too. But is it? Attack on Titan is actually something I've wanted to put more time into watching. I watched a episode and then I remember something else started back up and we started watching that with my wife. I heard it's actually pretty good. Oh, DM, is that Cadge? Okay, impaling into grab. Let's see if all the information we need is on screen. Visit site. Let's see. Okay, cool. You do have the protections, and you do have your cooldowns on screen. And let's see what buffs you have in this video. You just have your add-on and your Elkstone. Okay, no Z buff. Okay, so unfortunately, the quality... One second, maybe it's... Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, we'll start with this second one. Okay, that's all we needed for that. We'll call this Cadge Grab 1. And then where's the other video? Make sure this is maximum quality. Okay, this time... Okay, this time there is no add-on buff or Z buff. Okay. So, and then we'll save this to... Where's Cadge 2? Cadge Grab 2. Okay. Okay, we'll start with this one. One second, this is... what the fuck is that? Why is that highlighted? Okay, so we really only need this much. So let's first split this. We'll get rid of everything up until the grab. Okay. Let's see, you just landed with your... Or did your Rift Storm. Okay, there's a bolt. And I think you do an impaling and a grab here, right? There's a radiant. There's the impaling. Click to move, and then here comes the grab. Yeah, okay. So we can cut out everything from... You did your bolt. Impaling, okay. Get rid of all this. We don't need that. And then let's cut out the end. So there's the grab. Okay, we don't need everything after this. Let's move this over, and just for reference, so we don't forget, add your text here. This has no add-on attack speed, no Z buff. Just so we have that for reference. Yeah. I'm tired of how much Creed it plays. I keep skipping it, hoping maybe Spotify will get a clue. So this clip is a total of 2.5 seconds. Let's increase the zoom. So let me open up a notepad. Actually, no, we could maybe use these. We'll do this as a reference right here. I should have did this with the other ones too. Put it right into there. Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll just lower the font on this even more. Okay. I will center this. Okay, so are we over all the way? I don't know. Okay, so by the way, right here is where I'm watching right now. These are a resolution of 1/100th of a second. So you just finished your bolt. Impaling begins. Actually, where's the cooldown for impaling on your screen? There it is. No, that's interrogate. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So impaling begins at 0.09 seconds. You click to move it. Now I'm looking for the grab cooldown, which is right here. Oh, you guys can barely see. One second. Let me zoom this in. You guys can barely see what I'm looking at. I'll just use the editing space too, so you guys, I could zoom in even further. Right. So now I'm looking at the grab here, and I want to see when that starts its cooldown. There it is. Okay, so grab cooldown begins at 1.05 seconds. Might have to go down a little bit smaller on the font. There we go. You know what? Maybe, you know what? I'll do this. CD. I think we all know what CD means, right? CD's nuts. Sorry. Okay. So the grab cooldown began at 1.05. Now we're looking for when the super armor shows up, because when the super armor shows up over Cadge's head, that's basically confirmation that the grab has hit, right? So it's interesting. The character, once again, like with the NPC, the character, the player reacts early there. So the range grab, it's almost like it put. Right? It looks like it pushed him further. So this is similar to what I was testing in the BA. This happened at. So I'll put PC. So player character reacts to grab at 1.25 seconds. So this is client side, keep in mind. The other person, obviously there's going to be a bit of a delay.
Let's see when the super armor pops up. There's the super armor icon. Grab SA. Begins at 1.35 seconds. So this is definitely quicker.
I want to see when the person hits the ground. That's weird. It's still showing the person over there and not on the ground. Oh, I guess that makes sense. You're throwing the grab spear. Now it's going to put the person on the ground. Not yet, not yet, not yet. The person's still in the air. Maybe they got re-CC'd. The person's still in the air the whole time. What the hell? So in this instance, yeah, it definitely looks faster. That's 0.3 seconds on a ranged grab against a player. That's interesting. Okay, I want to check the other clip. And that's with no add-on. I actually should have left the buff bar in the clip, but that's with no add-on. And let's see. CC grab 2. CC ranged grab 2. We'll call that. The other 0.3 was old man. Like I said, the FPS might actually be causing the issue. That's why I had that epiphany and I was like, wait a minute, if I'm doing these cancels and I'm adding a potential up to another 0.18 seconds of variability due to FPS input delay, that's a pretty big deal when we're trying to measure things at 1/100th of a second. Okay, 1 second. We'll load up the other clip. The other clip actually has an add-on attack speed buff in it too. No, I'm kind of curious with the add-ons. It's not a big deal. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so now let's do the same thing with this one. So this is a completely separate clip. Let's find out approximately when it starts. There's a shock relay, impaling, little click to move action, probably melee grab here. Yeah, boom, just sucks him into the hand. I'm such a child. Okay, we'll go back to the start of the impaling. So once the iframe disappear. All right, we still got the forward guard here. We'll cut this all out. And then where's the grab finish? There's the grab, slams them down. Boom. And then we'll just go a little bit past that and we'll cut the rest of that out. Since we're just checking for the grabs, so we'll do the same thing. We'll move this over. Add some text to document the shit we want. Bring this down to the 14. Okay, so no. Wait. Plus 10%. Oh, I got a phone call. 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. My dad's last best friend just passed away. He has pictures of him and all of his group of buddies throughout the years and the decades, and all of them have passed away. And now, he's basically the last one from that group living. So he's kind of bummed out. Kind of reminds him of his age. I'm gonna go spend some time with him later. Okay, so let's get back to this. So what were we doing here? 10% add-on attack speed, no Z buff. Let's bring this down to the middle, since it is centered in the middle anyways. So when does the impaling flash start? Okay, there's impaling. Impaling CD begins at 0.12. That's this time here. And then he does it into the melee grab. Little click to move action, spins it around. Okay, that's where the grab begins. This is the grab cooldown. You see it start. So grab cooldown begins at 1.09. Let's see when the player reacts. Starts sucking them back. Get over here. So, PC reacts to grab at 1.30. Why ban me from mute? Oh, I meant to just do it temporarily, and then I forgot to undo it. Sorry. I ended up getting the phone call. My bad. Okay, let's see when the super armor begins. There's the super armor. Grab SA begins at 1.42. So there we go. We have our full chain of events. So from here to here is 0.32, which is with a 10% attack speed buff. And this is the melee grab. So this is basically what they're aiming for, right? They said they want melee grabs to be 0.3 seconds. This is 0.33. So the melee grab, no change at all. I wonder if Cadge is still here. CC grab 2. So there we go. I don't know if you're still here. Definitely a much bigger difference with the ranged grab. It's a buff to melee. Your grab can still be faster. So in Solaire, you obviously aren't going to have a shy with you. But if you're Z buffed, then it's going to be a nerf to your grab. If you're slowed, it's a buff to your grab. Because it's not going to be able to be affected by either of those two anymore. Of the melee grab, right? For the range grab, it's just a nerf. And for the for grab fails, it's obviously a nerf as well. Like I said, I'm going to actually redo my testing I did earlier, and I'm going to lock my FPS higher because I think there might be I think I might be putting in too much variance by locking the FPS at 60. I personally think they should get rid of range grab on Sage. Just give us just let us have a melee grab. I think we needed the range grab in the past because we didn't have the SA on Lightning Surge. Impaling Flash didn't work the way it does now. I think they can get rid of the range grab now. And I think that would be an appropriate nerf to Awaken Sage too. Calm down now? Nope. I will not. If you take a look at the way ranged grabs are given to classes, it has a lot to do with their movement. And classes that have very bursty movement and have difficulty getting directly beside their opponent typically have ranged grabs, right? When your movement only moves in chunks like this and you can't really do any in between, that's typically when they give a range grab. And Awakening Sage used to only have that. But ever since they added the, like, Impaling will move you right beside your target, sometimes a bit past it. But more importantly, we have Lightning Surge now to close that last little gap. And that makes our grab basically the same as Awaken Warrior. If you're going to say that Awaken Sage needs a range grab, I think you can make the same argument now that Warrior needs a range grab. And I think we all can agree they should not give Warrior a ranged grab. So then why do we have a ranged grab? Because think about it, right? Warrior grab is head chase, solar flare, grab. We're basically the exact same thing now with the Lightning Surge change. In fact, our Lightning Surge is protected. Their solar flare is only protected if they have a core. Right? So let me show you. Oh, I think my Warrior is...
Oh, I can still do this the same. That's up in the air. It's hard to say. I think they're going to have to choose one grab or the other. Because with those two different variations on how the grab is affected by these new changes, I think it's going to create problems with Awakened Sage's grab. So
This is my prediction. I think that they're going to actually remove it, right? So think about it, right? So Sage, it's like Bolt, Lightning Surge. Oh, well, I held C, right? This is basically the same thing, right? Bolt, Lightning... I wasn't holding W. I'm so fucking rusty with my Warrior. Bolt, Solar Flare, grab. That's the same thing as... Or sorry, Bolt, Lightning Surge, grab, right? You can do that exact same thing on Sage now. Let me pull the skill cooldowns up. That's the same as Bolt, Lightning Surge, grab. So if you're going to make the argument that Sage needs a ranged grab, then I think you need to be able to make the argument that Warrior needs a ranged grab. And I don't think Warrior needs a ranged grab. I don't think you guys want Warrior to have a ranged grab. So I think they need to remove Awakened Sage's ranged grab. It doesn't need it. If we're going to be consistent, then we need to either say either A, Warrior needs a range grab, or Sage should lose its range grab. Because they both have the same way of how they approach a grab. And I don't want Warrior to have a range grab, so I think Awakened Sage needs to lose its range grab. No, they just get rid of the range grab, period. It doesn't need a range grab. That is an appropriate nerf for Sage. You won't change my mind on that. It is very clear, if you pay attention to all range grabs in the game, you can see why they give certain classes a range grab. It made sense with original Awakened Sage, why it had a range grab. With all the buffs that have happened over the last couple years, they've changed Awakened Sage's movement enough that the range
Am I
grab
fixed
doesn't
yet?
make sense anymore. And that's part of the reason why Awakened Sage is broken right now. Because it has that really good movement of getting close to an opponent, fully protected, mind you, too, but it still has a range grab on top, where other classes with that same movement don't have a range grab. What did I do to fix it? There was a variety of things I did. I don't know exactly which one it was specifically. Hash, with the way its movement's been changed, I can't speak specifically to that, but it may be eligible to lose its range grab too. I think Corsair obviously needs its grab. Awakened Corsair needs the range grab. I think it just makes sense. Nova, probably the same deal. All three of those classes have changed quite dramatically over the years. Although I feel a little empathetic to Awakened Nova because they're not in a really good spot right now. Not like Hash and Sage are. So I don't think they necessarily need more nerfs. But both Hash and Awakened Sage's grabs are ridiculous. I think they can both lose their range grab, and they will be fine. Hash's damage is more of a problem than its grab. That doesn't mean we shouldn't address both. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both. The difference between Sage and Hash, Hash does a bit more damage to Sage, but Sage does more damage actually while moving, and Hash actually has to be in the fight to do the damage, where Awakening Sage is doing a lot of the damage from outside of the fight, poking in. So there is a bit of a difference there. Yeah, I think it depends on class. I think because Hash has to be in melee range to do its damage, it doesn't trade well into Sage. Any class that has to be right next to you to trade you typically doesn't do well trading into Sage, because Sage is doing all of its damage from medium range. But against non-range classes, I think Hash does insane trading damage, right? Like, I think if you're any class that has to also be next to the target to trade, Hash will out-trade you. Deserved, yeah. That's what you get for just letting them sit on you. Tell him, Kelp. You know what I'll do too, you guys, later when I redo the tests at 200 FPS or whatever I can cap it at, if I can hold like a solid 300 FPS the whole time too, I'll do it at whatever I know I can maintain for all the tests. And as long as the FPS doesn't drop, then we'll do that. So the higher we can get the FPS, the less variation we could potentially have on input latency, right? But I'm also going to make sure the FPS tracker is in the clip as well. Maybe I'll even take my bells out of storage and use that for the testing too, so it's more relatable to other players as well, because most people don't have a Splendid. Not yet, at least. I'm gonna make a notepad of all these things, so I don't forget. Did I like your poem? What do you mean poem? I know you hit up my DMs with a ton of shit. I'll be honest, I didn't read it all. I was like, shit, that's way too much. It is too early to read this shit. I mean, I guess we could just do this testing right now. Do you guys want to just do this right now? I can do all of it on stream too, so I could actually just make a highlight of it. So if anybody wants to analyze it, they can actually take a look at my, like, everything. I just need a volunteer to hop in the BA with me. Might be kind of nice to do it with you guys too, because if I fuck up at all and I for some reason miss it, you guys can be like, no, Zeth, you forgot to do this or whatever, right? You're not doing anything? Okay. Also, for reference, what's your average latency to the servers? Because I might actually put that in there too. Yeah, it's yeah. Let me open up mine too. I don't remember off the top of my head which IP it is, but I'll remember it once I look at it. Let's see. Da 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 da. Where's the resource monitor? Okay, network. Ba 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 ba. Black Desert. Yeah, send me the screenshot. Wait, why is it not showing the latency here? What the fuck? I know, I don't see the port or the latency. It's just showing me how much data is moving. The fuck am I missing here? Why does my task manager look different? Oh, never mind, I found it. I was an idiot. I wasn't on the right tab. Huh. Wait, it's still not here. Oh, here we go. Okay. Yeah, 889, that's right. My latency is 28, 28, 28, sitting at 28, 28, still sitting at 28, 29, 29. Okay. As long as you're not playing with like 200 millisecond latency. Okay, let's so let me get my Veld's heart. I will use this for the test so it'll be more comparable. I mean, maybe I just don't use an Elkstone period, actually. No, most people, we're trying to compare how grabs feel now to how grabs will feel. So maybe we do keep that. Okay, and then let's go to the BA6. Let me open up, create a new folder on my desktop because I got a bunch of videos. I just saved my desktop for easy storage or easy finding. But I'll do new 200, new FPS. We'll call it higher FPS test, grab test. And then I'll make sure I save all the videos into that folder so I don't accidentally grab a different one. I want to move my FPS counter over because I want it to be in the clip as well. So, Riva Tuner, where are you? The fuck? Riva Tuner? Oh, it's open. That's why I can't find it. So let's move this over. About 1800? No. 1600. 1400. That should be about good. We'll move it down to about 800. Maybe we'll move it over a bit more. Actually, I'll put it below my character. Oops. There we go. So now we can make sure that that's in the video as well. I'll move this for you guys. As long as we're maxed on attack speed and movement speed. Okay, we're back. BA6. Okay. Let me make a little notepad of all the things I want to do so we don't forget anything. Okay, so we want to do the melee grab success. Ranged grab success. We're just going to do standing too. So idle range grab, idle melee grab success. Cancel melee grab success. Cancel ranged grab success. We want a also a idle, sorry, a cancel grab fail. An idle grab fail. We want videos of all these things. Oh, shit. Is there anything else? That's basically it. We just need those 6 clips. Let me put a note in here. We're going to be 5 of 5 cast and movement speed with Vel's Heart. And 0 add-ons. And no Z-buff. And then let me adjust my settings to get as much FPS as possible. I'm going to close anything else on my PC that might be potentially consuming resources. One second, let me just find my web. Okay. There we go. So let me just do some things. See how low my FPS drops. If I can maintain 300, we'll do it at 300 FPS. It doesn't look like I can drop it below 300. So we will now lock my FPS at 300, so we know that there's going to be no variation in that. When I alt-tab, my FPS goes down. So as long as I don't wait. I don't like that variant. Okay, you know what? We're going to lock it at 240. I want it to hold as solid as humanly possible. Let me disable my OBS preview. We just might have to do multiple recordings to make sure at least one of our recordings is holding it. If I see that it dips a little bit, because it does occasionally dip a touch. Time to unlearn Sage passive? Shit, you're right. Sage passive won't affect it too, right? It's weird, it just randomly takes a dip. Like, even when I'm just standing still. Okay, maybe not. As soon as I input? You know what? Come to this side of the arena. Maybe because there's less over here. Yeah, we'll just have to do multiple recordings. Okay, I am going to also move my buff bar into the screen as well. We will get rid of this one. So this way there's as much data on screen as possible. Actually, you know what? I will move this right here. This way I can just capture this whole area right here. Okay, so first we'll just do the idle grabs. So I'll do an idle range grab. Pull up my snipping tool. Oh, you know what, too? Make sure you don't have anything that gives you resistances. Like, if you have a Nuver equipped, try to just take it off. I'll put LCARs in to minimize any potential variance. Actually, you know what? Let's use this group. Wait, no. Cancel that. Oh, I was using this for something else. Fuck it, we'll do this. We'll pop LCARs in here. I'll just reset this up later. I just want to minimize the chance for resistances as much as possible. Ignore grapple. Ignore grapple. This also has ignore. LCAR. LCAR. Oh yeah, I guess he could just equip blur. I don't know if he has blur though. I don't think he ever runs evasion, so he might not have a blur set up. This is plenty of ignore, right? This is plenty of ignore here. As long as he's not wearing a Nuver, there should be no world. And I also have the 10 ignore here, right? So I got 10 ignore. We can actually add it all up. I have 40% ignore from crystals. No, more than that. 30 ignore plus 20 ignore. So 50 ignore from that. 10% also from my Kudum. So that's 60 ignore. This gives 65. And another 5. And we'll change to this too. So we're at 74% ignore. Blur does use an narrative. I'm at 70%, 74% ignore. This is plenty. Don't worry about it. I'm at 74% ignore grapple. Okay. So we'll start with the idle melee grab. Okay. Let me rewatch it, make sure my FPS didn't dip. It dipped as soon as I pressed E, of course it did. Let's redo it again. Shit, did I close the snipping tool? Fuck. 1 second, let me close. I got a bunch of shit open right now. Let me close these. It's making it annoying to alt tab through shit. Close this. Minimize that. That can also be minimized. Okay, there we go. Okay. As soon as I press E, what is up with that? 1 second. Okay, we might have to make it 200 FPS. Okay. 239, we could accept that. As long as it stays 239 to 240, that is, you know. Okay, so we will save this one. This is idle, melee, grab, success. Now let's do a range grab. And of course, I was just a little bit too far, but shit, I wasn't paying attention to my FPS. Let's watch the video. Oh, it held 240 perfectly. All the way through. Excellent. Okay, so we have our idle ranged grab success. Now I need the idle grab fail. I'll just throw this off to the side. Well, it's like... Oh, I was supposed to bolt. That's right, we need the iframe for confirmation that I'm able to cancel out of it. So trash that. There we go. Looks like it held solid the whole time, too. It dropped to 239 at the very beginning, but as long as it's 239, that's fine. I can accept that. So, idle, grab, fail. Okay, so what ability do you guys think would be best for the canceled grabs? Impaling, Bolt, or Lightning Surge? What ability should we use? That doesn't feel like a cancel, though. And that'll always give us the melee. We'll always have the bolt after. Or sorry, that won't... Yeah, that'll always give us the melee. We won't be able to get the ranged one. Yeah, no, not at the end. Yeah, Surge or Bolt. That's what I was using with Surge. Yeah, I think that works out good. We'll do Lightning Surge. Okay. Da 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 da. We'll start with the melee one. I think we held perfectly that whole time. Oh, fuck. I hit record, or I did it too soon. I didn't actually give, you know how the snipping tool record feature has like a 3-second countdown? I didn't wait for that. The new update is not live now. Perfect. We held 240 FPS. Awesome. Okay, so we have our cancel, grab success, cancel melee, grab success. Now we need the range grab, so we're gonna have to get more distance. No, the new update is not live. We're doing all this testing now before it gets changed, and then we can redo this after, and we can actually see how much it's actually changed. Right now, we can only speculate how much it's going to affect us, but we're documenting how it feels now. So when it does happen, we can also see how accurate we were with our speculations too, right? Okay, so hopefully I got the distance on the range. This does look good. Oh, a little too far back. Trash that. Just gotta wait on the cooldown. Good morning, Webs.
Good morning.
Oh my god, I did a lightning surge. Oh, shit, you moved closer. All right. Damn it. It covers so much distance. See, this is what I mean. I don't think Awakening Sage needs a range grab. Like, you can cover that distance so damn fast. And you can also do it with Impaling, too, right? It's actually probably slower with Impaling. Keep it a buck. Okay, here we're good. We're good. No, I'm too far away again. I could tell. I'm not even going to waste the cooldown so I can do it quicker. Now we're good. Nope, never mind. That's melee again. What the fuck? A shock relay surge? Yeah, that'll probably make it easier too. Let me trash that. Do a new one. Fucking struggling here, just trying to get that range. I keep doing melee. Okay, here we're good. This is good distance. Okay. Let's make sure the FPS doesn't do a massive dip at all. It stays at 240 the whole time. A very minor dip to 239 at one point. Cool, we got it. We got it, boys. We got it. It only took fucking 8 attempts. Okay, so cancel, ranged, grab, success. And now I just need a canceled fail. And this is obviously easy. I don't need to fucking hit anything. Oh, once again, I got a bolt. Oops. That's right, I got a bolt, so I know the confirmation of when the grab is ended. Because the bolt iframe will begin immediately because it's overcharged. You can leave now, Cal. I think we got everything we need, unless you can think of something else that we need. Okay, perfect. Record that. We now have our... Yeah, so cancel grab fail. Perfect. Okay. Now we just need to open up the editing software and put it all together. Stop using that. Okay. Okay, we'll do the... Okay, there we go. So we have our videos. Let's cut out all the nonsense. The fuck is this? Why did it... We might need to do one more. I wasn't paying attention to the snippet countdown. We need to redo this one again. Fuck! Why does the snippet tool have a countdown? Jesus fucking Christ! Let's confirm the other ones first. Okay. This one I haven't started anything. And this should be range grab. Comes off cooldown. I should wait a second. And range grab. Perfect. So that one works out good. Let's check the idle grab fail. Okay, it's not on cooldown. Perfect. Cancel grab. Cancel ranged grab. You see bolt start, lightning surge start, grab start. And then the super armor. Perfect. So that's good. Cancel melee grab. Let's double check this. So nothing. Okay. Bolt, lightning surge, range grab, or melee grab. Okay, that's perfect. And then cancel grab fail. So you know what? I actually want to redo that one too. I started a little too soon. Bolt's already on cooldown. I want to document all that. I want it to be consistent. Okay. So it was just the idle melee grab and the thing. Yeah, because it's already on cooldown here. Okay, back we go.
Oh my, how I love me some pork chops.
Oh, Carmy! Ooh.
Make sure all of our variables are the same. No buffs have fallen off. We need to get our Elkstone back on. Oh, fuck. Let me make sure all the videos have Elkstone on. Okay, Elkstone. Elkstone. They should all be on, but I was kind of slow as fuck. Okay, Elkstone. Elkstone. And, oh, this one, the Elkstone may have fell off. Let's see. No, perfect. Elkstone did not. So... Okay. So we needed idle, melee grab again. Get the Elkstone on. Okay. This time I'll actually wait for the snipping tool to count down. Give it a second. Perfect. It dipped after, but that's not a big deal. Beautiful. Okay. Save that over the old idle melee grab success. Okay, that's it again. Now I just need to do the cancel. Okay, we'll actually wait for it to count down again. 0. Wait for a second. Full lightning surge grab. There we go. Make sure the FPS didn't dive. No, held the solid 40. Perfect. Okay, we're good for real this time. And that's cancel. Grab fail. Okay. We could test using a skill after grab. You know what? That's a good idea. Let's add those in there too. Idle, grab, into cancel. And cancel, grab, into cancel. Yeah, that's a good idea because if for some reason that changes, we're going to have no way of going back and retesting that. So I like that. Good call with that. I'll just grab you and then immediately try. Oh, we also need a... Oh, I guess we need to do 4 more. We need to do it with the range on the melee. So, idle, melee grab, success, into cancel. Idle. Ranged grab success into cancel. Cancel. Melee grab success into cancel. So we actually got to do 4 more. Let me mark off the ones I've done. Okay, so I will be instantly trying to cancel off of these. And then we'll see how our inputs are affected after the changes. Okay. Make sure the FPS didn't drop. Okay, beautiful. It didn't. That is our idle melee grab into cancel. Now we could do the range grab. Same deal. Okay. Okay, now we gotta do the cancel grabs. Hopefully this doesn't take 16 attempts like last time. The melee one's easy. It's the range one that's tricky. Okay. And then one more. Here, I'm gonna use this wall as a reference. Ah, fuck. I'll use this as a reference. I think this is good if I stand right here. Perfect. Okay. I should have been recording that. That was actually perfect. Now I don't have to play around with my distance. I just use the corner of these stairs as a reference. What? What changed? Why did it do range the first time? You fucking with me? Okay. Did I lightning surge? Yes, I did. Okay, perfect. We got it all. Okay, so we have an idle melee grab, success into cancel, idle range grab, success, idle range grab, success into cancel, idle grab fail into cancel, right? Because I got to cancel in the bolt anyways. And then we have cancel melee grab, success into cancel, cancel range grab, success, cancel rage grab, success into cancel, and then cancel grab fail into cancel. So that is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 clips. So make sure there's 10 in there. And there is. Beautiful. Yeah, how funny would that be? Yo, fucking up this Cal guy. Oh shit, that'd be the TrepX classic right there. You ever go to the BA to do testing with Trep? Every one of those spits of testing are a real fight for Trep. Okay. Let's start piecing all this together. Okay. Okay. Import media. We'll grab all this. Boom. Okay, we'll start with the idles. Idle, melee grab, success. Can I make the canvas bigger? How the fuck do I make the canvas bigger in this stupid software? Oh. There we go. So, let's edit out what we don't need. Okay. And then this is after. There, we don't need that either. We don't need audio. What is this? Oh, I see it snap into different things. Is this one supposed to be center? I don't think so. We'll just snap it to the left. Okay, this is idle, melee, grab, success. So the first point of interest is when grab starts its cooldown, which is at 0.31. Grab cooldown begins at 0.31. And now we're looking for when Calb's character reacts. Right there. Boom. All of a sudden he snapped into my hand. So, player character reacts at 0.77. So that's a difference of 4.3, no, 0.43, 0.46. And then the next point of interest is when the super armor pops up. Grab SA begins at 0.88. So, holy fuck! That's 0.11. later. So the total difference. It's weird. I wonder if Sage maybe just has a gap in its grab. Like, I wonder if this is when the grab is actually landing. Because that's what it looks like, right? But maybe we just always have like a little bit of a gap between when the grab lands and when it actually is protected. It'd be interesting to see if we saw this much variance. This could also be just communication delay with the server, because this might be what the client sees, right? That your client says, oh, okay, you grabbed them, but then the server confirms it at this time. This might be the basically the communication delay between the server, right? Here, I'll put total delay 0. Total delay from grab cooldown start till grab SA is 0.57 seconds. I've had Next3D for a while. Okay. Maybe I'll do these. No, I'm going to end up with so many lines there. I was just thinking of having these different lines actually pop up when it happens, right? Maybe we'll do this. I wonder if I can do that. I think I'd have to just do different sources. That's good enough. I don't feel like doing that much editing. Okay, next we will do idle range grab success. So we'll drop that in. Move that over. Yeah, it might have a gap. From when it actually lands the grab and when the protection pops up. Okay, let's see. This is... Okay, we can cut that right there. We don't need that. And then... Wait. Oh, this is... Idle range grab cancel. No, I don't want that yet. Shit, wrong video. Idle... Wait, was this a cancel? Supposed to be a cancel too? Oh, here's the video. This doesn't change the other one, does it? No, good, that's still melee. Save me a little bit of typing. Okay, so... Okay, grab cooldown starts there at 2.72. The player reacts at right there. Boom. Player reacts at 3.15. That is a difference of 4.43. And then the super armor pops up at 3.29. And that's a difference of 0.14. Total grab, total ranged grab from range grab cooldown. Or we could just do grab cooldown. We don't have to type that. Till start of super armor is a total of 0.43 plus 1.4, which is the exact same time. I actually don't need this much in there. Okay, next. I should do these in order. I have them listed. I already started doing them out of order. We have idle, grab, into cancel. Next. Perfect. Okay. Don't need that. We don't need all that. Idle, grab, fail. Into cancel. Okay, so grab cooldown begins at 4, 5, 6. I'm doing it this way too, so it's one video. So if anybody else wants to basically take my video and plug it into their own video editing software to confirm the times, they could do it themselves, right? As long as there isn't some type of issue with saving. Okay. Now we're looking for when the iframe starts from bolt because we failed the grab. Obviously, there's nobody in front of us. There's the bolt cooldown right there. Bolt cooldown begins at 5.05. So bolt after grab fail equals is, wait, didn't I put in brackets? Oh, did I just edit the wrong one? Wait. Why is it editing all three now? You gotta be shitting me. Wait. No, it isn't. Wait, what? Oh, it's because I'm not doing this. Derp. I'm an idiot. So that was what? 0.51 milliseconds? Or, sorry, not milliseconds. Bolt. So, able to bolt 0.51 seconds after failed grab. So, this is where we're going to experience the bigger nerf. This is similar to my other testing too, where it's about 0.5 seconds. This is supposed to go up to 0.7, right? The 0.3 plus the 0.4. So this is where Sage will feel a nerf. Okay, now we will do the you know what? I'm going to move these over. And we will do the idle melee grab, success into cancel in between here. Okay, cut you out. And then we got to see when the bolt starts. There it is. Cut that out. We're testing automatically grab success into cancel. Oh, fuck. Now I'm going to have to redo these times. God damn it. I just realized by shuffling these over, these timings are going to be lined up with the video. That's all right. It'll be better this way in the long run if we have similar grab testings close to each other instead of them being kind of randomly all over. Okay. So, grab cooldown begins at 2.75. Player reacts at oh, let's increase the zoom. Be a little easier. Oh, that we're doing react. No. So that is a delay of 4.7. No. We're documenting how grabs are timed right now on Awakening Sage with it currently being affected by speed buffs, so we can speculate on how the grab nerfs are going to affect us, and then when we do get the grab changes, we can redo this testing and see how close our speculations were to reality. And then because we have it recorded, we will be able to actually see how much it affects us. Because at face value, it's looking like a successful melee grab and a successful range grab. Specifically, the melee grab, it might be a buff to it. The range grab, it looks like it might be a wash. Anytime you're attack speed buffed with like Z buff or like shy buffs, it'll be a nerf because you won't be affected by it. But anytime you didn't have buffs and you were slowed, it'll be a buff. You're being a nerd. That's right. We're nerding the fuck out right now. Can I crop this? We don't need this. We'll just do that. Boom. Okay. Oh, we didn't do the grab SA yet. So the grab SA pops up at 3.35. Which is a additional 1.3 or 0.13. So the total time delay is 60, right? And this is basically what they want for range grabs, 600 milliseconds, right? But this is from idle. Okay. Wait, did I not cut out the end of this? Oh, the cancel. That's right. We got to put the bolt in there too. So it puts them down, and then we try to bolt out of it. Where's the bolt cooldown start? There it is. Because there's zero supply of Forest Furies. Remember, supply and demand. Bolt after grab at 4.22. This last one we're doing right here now too is just to see, because it is another variable that they didn't say they were going to do off a successful grab, but we can compare it later too. So the difference there is, what is that, 8? No. Yeah. 8.7, 0.87. So that's like your grab animation time until you can bolt. Or maybe I'll do boom, boom, boom. And then we'll put able to bolt 0.87 seconds after grab. Oh, that's after the protection starts. We'll just leave that in there as is. I don't think we really need to create a note on that because we don't know what's changing there. And as long as we have that in there, that's good enough. Let me add the pluses into this one. Okay, so we have idle melee grab to cancel, idle range grab success. Let's shorten this. Let's bring this over. We got to redo the times on these, unfortunately, but we already have it edited. Okay, so grab cooldown begins at 5:10. His character reacts to the grab at 5:33. Oh, 5:53. Never mind. Apparently I can't read numbers. So That's the +4, 3. These in brackets should stay the same, or will stay the same. It's just the number next to it because I slid it around in the video. Then the super armor pops up at 566. Actually, no, it's slightly changed there. Yeah, we actually don't need a bunch of this too. Okay. Now, next on our list is idle range grab into cancel. Ooh, Bond, let's go. Or wait, did I already do that? Well, tell me the title of this. Oh yeah. This one's supposed to come later. Okay. I already did this one, but I want to actually squeeze this one in between. So it's right after the other range grab. Okay, so when's the grab cooldown start? Right there. Don't need this. Ignore that text popping up. Okay, and there's the bolt. Is your bolt not overcharged off a ranged grab? Why the hell is that bolt not overcharged? Wasn't it overcharged off the melee grab? It was. What the fuck? Look at that. Melee grab goes into an overcharged bolt. But the ranged grab does not. Look. Bolt's not on cooldown here. And it's finishing up the grab. It throws the spear. And then it bolts. And it doesn't do an overcharged bolt. What the actual fuck? Oh. I always overestimate the range on our grab. Huh. I never fucking knew that. What? Why does melee grab overcharge our bolt, but range grab doesn't? I've never fucking noticed that in all my years of playing Sage. Huh. Okay, I'm not fucking crazy. Well, I mean, I guess I could still be crazy. Look at that. We learned something, chat. We learned something about Sage. It's a perfectly balanced class. Okay, let's move this over. Da, 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 da. We don't need you. Where's that end? Okay, grab, bolt, and then we'll just have it right where the bolt ends. Boom. Split that, delete that. We don't need that. Go back over. We'll bring this back over so we don't forget that it's over there. Crazy? I was once crazy, yeah. Something about a rubber room. So this is idle range grab success into we'll say bolt cancel. I'll put into bolt in the things. Okay. Can stretch that out. Now we need to do the timings. Okay. Grab cooldown begins at 6:49. Hey, what the hell is hitting me? God damn it! You zapped me, or no? I guess I heard you zap the mobs. Okay. Character reacts at 6.89. That's interesting. That 0.3 variance there. Because this initial situation is exactly the same. Okay, oh yeah, super armor. That's what we're watching for. So, 702. I wish we could have a resolution of 1/100th of a second, because I feel like that might be where the video is starting and ending. It might be rounding down or up. And if it's at like a really weird spot, maybe it's rounding up at the beginning and down at the end. You'd think it would only do one of the two, though. Okay, that's 0.13. This is exactly the same. And then when's the bolt start? There's the bolt cooldown. So this is kind of interesting right here. This might have to do with not being able to get as high of a resolution. I wish we could go into milliseconds, like 1/1000th of a second instead of 1/100th of a second. But these first three numbers, right? There's a variation of 0.56, and here it's only 0.53. And the only thing different is the cancel at the end. So there's some type of error going on there that dropped at 0.3 in this instance versus this instance. But I see the attack speed buff, it looks up, right? The Vel's Heart is on. I don't have any add-ons. These are my buffs here. I'm assuming part of it is rounding error, and then the other part's probably input latency. Because we can't have a resolution of 1/1000th of a second, it might be rounding. And also because of how frames... So, for example, you guys, every time you do an input on your keyboard, it doesn't actually do that input immediately. It waits until the next frame is being drawn to do the input, right? So if you're getting 100 FPS, that means there's a potential gap from when you press the key of 10 milliseconds, right? Because 100 frames is into 1 second, divides into 1 second 10 times, right? So, and 10 times would be 10 milliseconds. That means there's a potential delay there. With 240 FPS, or if let's round up to 250, that's a potential delay of 4 milliseconds, right? So it might be that too, that 4 millisecond, just slightly over 4 millisecond of potential input delay at 240 frames per second might be also contributing to that. I don't feel like doing the grab, doing the test over and over and over and over and over again to try to make sure that the input delay is exactly perfect. In a perfect world, if I had video editing software that I could get a resolution of 1,000 milliseconds instead of like 1/1000th of a millisecond, 1/1000th of a second instead of 1/100th, and we could lock in at 1,000 FPS, then we wouldn't have to worry about that at all. Because then we could actually have an input every frame. Okay, we got to redo the time on these. You know what? Let's add that as a note to the bottom. Wait, why is it not letting me do any more characters? Fuck, I might have to just add another... Does this go straight to the end? Get out of here. Maybe I should do a different font. Can I italicize this? Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll change the font, too, for the note. So it's noticeable. How do I phrase this? Difference potentially added from... It's 1,000 divided by 240. 4.1. I feel like I have potential too much in there. Difference possibly due to or video editing software rounding due to timing resolution being 1/100th of a second. Does that make sense, you guys? Fuck. I wish I could make this font even smaller. Holy fuck! Will it not let me go smaller? No, it won't. That's the smallest it'll let me go. Maybe we could find a small font. Oh, goddamn, that font is ass. Oh, I hate that font too. Ooh, this looks tiny. No, that's not tiny as fuck. Holy shit, get that out of here. Man, this is annoying. Why can't I do a lower font size? I don't want that shit to take up so much space at the bottom. It's annoying me right now. I mean, I guess this is the best. Oh, never mind. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Or I guess we should do this backwards. 1000 milliseconds divided by 240 FPS. Okay. Okay. So we have that in there now. Okay, now we just need to adjust the timings on this. We are almost half done, chat. Okay, we need the grab cooldown to begin. This is at 8.87. And then bolt cooldown begins at... I wonder if a failed grab cancels into an iframe bolt. It does too. It's just a range grab that doesn't. A melee grab and a failed grab both overcharge bolt, but a range grab does not. That is interesting. He's at work. I am. I made sure I have all the data on screen too. I have my FPS counter. I make sure I have buffs on screen. Okay. This is all of it we have so far. I'm putting it all into one video too, so people want to download it and put it into their own editing software. But we have this. We have this. We have this. Oh shit, there's music in this shit. I need to mute all these clips. It's like bits and pieces of music. Here, 1 second. Okay, audio, mute. Audio, mute. Audio, mute. Audio, mute. Okay, we are half done. Now we're going to do the cancels into all of the different grabs. So far it's actually been mostly the same. But I didn't do as much testing as I did this time. But like here, total grab, this is the melee grab, idle melee grab. As you can see, I'm locked at 240 FPS. Sometimes I drop to 239, but I figured a 1 FPS drop is fine. As long as I didn't drop anything more than 1 FPS during the test. But this was a 0.57. This was a 0.6 still. This is the idle range grab. And then I try to bolt immediately after. And then this is the idle range grab success. So without a bolt right after. Oh, that's melee grab success into bolt. So like the melee grab is 0.6 seconds. So like melee grab might get buffed if it ends up going down to 0.3. And then this is the idle range grab success. This is idle range grab success into bolt. And the odd thing with this one, and I was just writing the note for it, right, is these first 3 data points should be exactly the same in this test too, because this one we do a cancel after. That's the only thing different. But these first 3 end up coming out 0.3 seconds shorter, right? So I'm thinking this is where we're seeing the benefit of potentially doing it at a 240 FPS, because at 240 FPS, there's only a potential input delay of 4.16 seconds between frames, right? And also, since this video editing software will only let me do 1/100th of a second for resolution, there's potentially rounding. Maybe the video editing software is like, okay, he's at 0.889, so we're going to round it up to 0.89, right? So there might be a little bit of rounding there. But this will definitely help limit it. In a perfect world, the video editing software would be running, I'd have a resolution of 1/1000th of a second instead of 1/100th of a second, and I'd be able to do the tests at 1000 FPS. Because then you know you'd have a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. Every millisecond, there's a frame, and, you know, that would help limit that variance with input delay. And then this is the just throwing a grab into nothing and seeing how quickly we can bolt after. The total is 0.51 seconds there, which is pretty close to my other testing as well. This is, this is potentially where the nerf's going to be, right? Because if they make it 0.3 plus 0.4, then this should go up to 0.7. So, when you fail a grab, this is probably where the nerf will affect Sage the most, which is obviously a good thing. We need to do the other half, though. So now we're doing cancels into grabs. So we did idle animation into grab for all these tests. Now we're doing cancels into grabs for all these tests. So we're starting with the cancel melee grab success. Here we go. So, you know what? Let me go back to the main game, Armin. For the sake of consistency, I always like to try to be consistent, right? So, in the past, the way Awakened Sage was designed is it didn't have Impaling Flash. Impaling Flash worked completely different. Lightning Surge was unprotected, and even that's kind of whatever, but Sage didn't have like a lot of really good ways to immediately close the gap the way it does. Both Impaling and Lightning Surge are great. So I think the way Sage was originally designed, the range grab made sense because it seems like it's hard to get it was hard to get directly next to your opponent to land a melee grab. So they're like, okay, we need to give it a range grab, right? But now Awakening Sage has both Impaling Flash to get next to a target and Lightning Surge to get right next to a target. So I don't think we need the range grab anymore. I think they should remove the range grab from Awakened Sage because it has ways to get right next to its target. And I know some Awakened Sages are going to get mad at that opinion, but I want you to think about this for a second, right? Let me log on my warrior. What do we need to do to get next to a target, right? As an Awakening Sage. Bolt, Lightning Surge, Grab. That is perfectly identical to what warriors have to do, right? I don't think necessarily all range grabs. I think Corsairs is fine because I think it's very difficult for them to get right next to a target. I would be fine with Corsair. I think Hashes needs to go. I think Nova's probably needs to go. I feel bad saying that because Nova's not really in a great spot, but fuck them. Sages definitely needs to go. But like, look at Warrior, right? So an example, right? Sage, what I showed you guys is I did Bolt, Lightning Surge, Grab. Well, what does Warrior do? That's basically the same thing as a Bolt, Lightning Surge, Grab. So if you think Sage should keep its range grab, then I think you should, then in the sake of consistency, you're basically saying that Warrior should also have a ranged grab. Because it approaches its grab the exact same way, right? Oops, I didn't mean the scars there. And I think we all agree. Warrior doesn't need a ranged grab. Right? Warrior does not need a ranged grab. So, I think Sage's ranged grab should go too. I'm so rusty with my Warrior. I keep fucking up the input. It's basically the same thing for Awakened Warrior too, because instead of doing the side evasion slide, you do the Solar Flare, right? Or the evasion. So, yeah, I don't think Sage. I think a lot of range grabs need to go too. I'm on board with you. I think you might be able to make an exception for Corsair, but what other range grabs are there? Like Hashes could definitely go. I don't know enough about Lawn, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that theirs could probably go too. Lawn useless without its grab? See? That's showing a problem. If your whole kit is designed around pressing one button, that means that one button needs to go so they can fix the rest of the kit, right? That shows a design problem with Lawn. Okay, so which one we're doing again? Cancel melee grab success. So let me just copy and paste this so I don't have to redo all the crap. Bring this down. Shift me this over. Okay, let's cut out what we don't need from the beginning of this. So this is a cancel melee grab. So we do a bolt, lightning surge. Okay, there's the bolt start. So we don't need this. And then this is just the success. So we can cut that there. We don't need that. Now we need our data points. So this is surge, cancel into melee grab success. So we'll record all data points. So bolt cooldown begins at 10.1. And then the lightning surge cooldown begins at there it is. At Actually, I should just do this. Lightning, surge, cooldown. You know, I'm going to keep lightning out. It's taking too much space. I don't want it to start rapping the words. 10.56. Oh, shit. My bad. That is plus 4.6. And then where's the grab cooldown begin at? There it is. Actually, we need to see when the player react. Oh, shit. Maybe we shouldn't have used Lightning Surge, because normally I show when the character reacts to the grab. But you're already reacting to the Lightning Surge. Let's see. Wait, did I? Okay, one second. Let me double check this surge cooldown. Okay, 5.6. No, that's right. And then grab cooldown begins at... Also, one thing I'm thinking too, I don't know if you can confirm this. Maybe this is different for other characters. Here, one second. Let me finish this before I lose my train of thought. Okay, what is that? 3.7 or 0.37. And then the grab SA begins at... Oh, that's interesting. That was fucking late. Maybe that... Hmm. Let's see. Total from grab cooldown is... Yeah. Going from here to here is much quicker. On a canceled grab. That's melee grab, though. So canceling into a melee grab was 0.4 seconds. But idle into a melee grab was 0.5 seconds. 0.57. So there's definitely a speeding up there with the canceled melee grab. One thing that's interesting, though, is the time until the... What did I just find interesting? There's actually a 0.37 gap where there's no protection there. Where this one... Well, maybe it's the same. It's kind of hard to say because we're not doing it. Never mind. I actually don't know. Yeah, okay. Because I'm not doing an ability into it. Okay. So we have that done. Now we cancel melee grab into another cancel. Okay, let's see what we can cut out here. Let's move that over. When's the bolt start? There it is. So we don't need that. And then this one we're actually canceling after the grab, seeing how fast we can cancel after the grab. So there's the grab, puts them down. And then the iframe should pop up from bolt. Wait a minute. Huh. Wait, we don't get an overcharge bolt off of a canceled rain melee grab as well. The only time we get an overcharge bolt is off of an idle melee grab. Huh. But if you cancel into a melee grab and then bolt, you don't get the overcharge. Oh, never mind. I'm a fucking idiot. I do a bolt, lightning surge grab, and then bolts on cooldown. That's why I don't get it. It's just coming off cool. Actually, you know what? It's still putting him down. No, I did it just before. Like the millisecond before I bolted, just as it was coming off cooldown. Damn, that's actually really close timing. Okay, and that's all we need there too. This is all nonsense. Okay. Good, test. Okay, so we're doing a surge, canceled, into melee grab success, into bolt. So the bolt cooldown begins at 12:38. Surge cooldown begins at 12:84. That is plus 4/6, which is the exact same time. And then the grab cooldown begins at 13:21, which is also the exact same delay. And then now, how quickly can we cancel into a grab after that grab lands? Fuck. Because I bolt before I lightning surge, I can't use the bolt cooldown. I think I need to do something else into lightning surge. So bolt is off cooldown. Yo, Calb, you still there? We need to actually redo this one. Because we don't actually have the confirmation that I'm going into bolt because the cooldown is just finishing and it's not redoing the... I'm doing a non-cooldown bolt. I wonder if Calb is still there. Oh, Calb! Oh, Kelb. I can't really go forward unless Kelb comes around. I don't know if I could DM him on Discord. Oh. If somebody else could show up on a hash, it doesn't have to be Kelb, but I do want it to be hash. Just in case there's some weird variation depending on who's being grabbed. Any hashes? Any hashes I could borrow? Oh, Kelb's typing. Kelb's typing. He needs 3 minutes. Okay, let me look at something while we're waiting. I need to redo both. Cancel melee grab into cancel. So I'll put an asterisk there. And cancel range grab into cancel. I need to redo both those recordings. Because I don't actually have a cooldown. I can't do a bolt into lightning surge and then do another bolt after. It's unfortunately too quick and bolt's still on cooldown. So I don't have that to reference that I'm the exact millisecond I'm doing bolt. I'm kind of guessing if I don't have that cooldown thing popping up. That's what I'll do. I'll just do Q block. This is what I should have did. Do that into grab. I don't know why I was doing bolt. Um, okay, I gotta go AFK for a minute, you guys. I'll be right back. Okay, perfect. I'm back. Yo. Okay, so what did we need to redo again? We needed to redo all of our buffs are the same. Perfect. We needed to redo the cancels into grab. Cancel into a melee grab, cancel into a range grab. Okay. Then we'll just use this. So we'll do melee first. There we go. Make sure that that stayed at 240 FPS. Okay, didn't drop any lower than 239. Oh, did I start too early again? No, that's perfect. Okay. Okay, now we need to do the same with the range grab. What got messed up? I'm trying to, like, every time an ability goes on cooldown, I'm using the cooldown as a reference on the timing. And because I did a bolt into lightning surge, grab into bolt, well, when I did that last bolt, the bolt was still on cooldown because I bolted into lightning surge. So I couldn't see that go on cooldown to know the exact 1/100th of a second that I was finished grabbing and going into bolt. So I'm just going to do this. This should be enough distance. Make sure that that's all fine. 239, 240, 240, 240, 240, 240, 240, 240, 240, 240. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you coming back. This is cancel range grab. To cancel. Beautiful. What happened to our music? Oh, my dogs went outside. Were you dueling Dracul? I saw him asking you. I probably fucked that up for you guys. My bad. I wonder if that already changed the videos. No, it didn't. Okay, so delete this. Cancel, range grab success and a cancel. That's gone. And then cancel melee grab into cancel. This is also useless. Those are two new ones. Okay, let's see what we don't need. Need the lightning surge cooldown. Don't need you. And then we go into bolt. So where's the bolt cooldown start? Right there. Beautiful. We'll just go till the end of the bolt. Good enough. Okay, now we get our timings. So we don't actually need this. Surge cooldown begins at 12:33. This is our first data point, so there is no variance. Then the grab cooldown begins at 12:69. .34. There's that 0.3 seconds potentially because of input delay again. Grab SA begins at 13:06. So that's 3.7.37 again. And then bolt cooldown begins at 1396, which is another plus 90. Yeah. So a canceled melee grab is 0.37 seconds. And then 0.9 after that. Where without doing a cancel, it's 0.57. So the melee grab off of a cancel is 0.2 seconds quicker. But that's still actually longer than what they're going to try to do for melee grabs. So still going to be a buff there, but probably not as much of a buff, assuming that it gets implemented exactly how they want it to be implemented. Okay. We now have that fixed. Thank you, Calb. I appreciate you coming back. So canceled range grab success is the next one. We actually don't need to cut like anything off the beginning of this. Perfect. Okay, let's see what we need to cut off the end. I think I just put you down here. Yeah. second, my dog wants in. We're almost done, chat. I know some of you guys are probably bored as hell. Just trying to get all of this data logged before the changes happen so we can speculate on how the grab changes are going to affect us. And then also see how good we were with our speculation afterwards. Right? I'll basically be able to open the same video, take the new footage, plug it in, and then see if there's any massive variance or if it's all within, you know, reasonable error. Okay. Let's see. So bolt cooldown begins at there. Oh, we need to change this. So surge cancel into. Which one am I doing? Oh, cancel in the range grab. No bolt at the end. Okay, so bolt cooldown begins at 1472. The surge cooldown. Oh. Surge cooldown begins at 1516. It's plus 44. Then the grab cooldown begins at 1552. Another 36. So pretty damn close. And the grab SA. Does the player react earlier before the SA pops up? Yeah. So we'll put that in there. Is that how I phrased that the first time? I want to keep the phrasing the same. PC reacts, yeah. You know what? Maybe I'll put target instead of PC. People might be like, computer, huh? What are you talking about? I meant player character with it. This might alleviate confusion if I just change that phrasing to target. The target reacts at 15. $72 or 73. That's what, 5.7 later, or 0.57. Sorry. Oh wait. What am I doing here? I just accidentally overwrote. Sorry, backing up. When's the lightning surge cool or grab cooldown begin at? Accidentally overwrote the wrong one. So here, we can actually move this down. So we already have that data. And then this is actually 55.3. And then this was that. So that's 0.02. Let's double check that before we move on. Oh no, it's actually 7.2. Okay, and then the grab SA begins at RL at 1585, which is Why do I keep doing this? Can I undo? Okay, so we know that was 1.9, so that's 7.2. This is 15.85. One, 3. And then the bolt cooldown. So I'm... Oh, wait, no, I'm not doing the bolt in this test. Boom. Okay. So total from grab cooldown to start, 0.3. We have grab cooldown at 5.3 to SA. Is these two numbers added together, so 3.2. So slightly quicker once again. Okay. Next. Now we have cancel range grab success into cancel. Pig Cave can open now? That's true. Pig Cave's supposed to open soon. I better get this fucking done too. I have 2 more data points to do. Okay. So let's see. Should put my block back up. Okay, there it is. So we can at least... Oh, shit. Can at least cut that out. There's the lightning surge. And then there's the bolt. That's actually perfect. So there is no initial bolt cooldown. That's going in later. So surge cooldown begins at 1779. It's our first point, so we don't need that. And then the grab cooldown beginning. There it is. At 1816. That's an additional 0.37. And then the target's going to react to the grab right there at 1839. So it's 0.17. No, 0.13. No. 2.3. Difference between these. Okay, grab SA begins at 1852. That's what, 1.3, so the exact same. And then we're able to bolt. There's the bolt. It's exactly 1 second later. Okay, I'm gonna put 0.00. And then the total grab cooldown start from total from grab cooldown start till grab SA is, so these two numbers put together, so 3.6. Yeah, that's much faster. That is much faster than with an idle grab. It's basically the same as this, right? Canceling into the grab is so much quicker. And then one last thing to plug in. And then we have cancel into a grab fail. Okay, so we're going to do a bolt first. Where the fuck is the bolt starting? There it is. Well, that's kind of long. Let's give her a bit more. And then where do we land? Oh. I need to redo that test too. Luckily, I don't need another person to retest that one. This one's an individual one. Okay, we still have our Vel's heart up. Need to get our food buff up. Wait, I did have my food buff up for that redo with the kelp testing, right? Oh, please tell me I did. Okay, good. Thank God. Whew. Oh, I thought I was gonna have to call Cal back again. Alright. Let's make sure the FPS didn't drop. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. So it's cancel, grab, cancel. Or cancel, grab, fail. Okay, so delete that. I did save it, right? How the fuck did I just do that? What, plus 3.9? 0.39? Damn, that's fast. From the time that grab cooldown starts and you're able to bolt is only 0.3 seconds. That's including the... Did I fuck up the timing on that? God, that's so fast. Look at that. Grab cooldown. Bolt cooldown. Literally 300 milliseconds later. That's going to go up to... It should go up to 0.7 at least. And then I do the bolt. Then I land on the bolt. Everything after that doesn't need to be in there. Okay. Conclusion. Idle melee grabs may see. Successful grabs from idle may be buffed. because of the changes? Conclusion. As a result of incoming changes, successful ranged grabs from idle will feel the same. Wish this shit would stay centered. Grab fails from idle will be lower.
Daddy, chill.
Successful canceled melee grabs will feel the same. I think that's what it was, right? It's cancel into melee grab. Yeah, 0.4. So it actually still might be a slight buff. I'll just put maybe buffed. Successful canceled range grabs will be nerfed. Successful canceled grab fails. Oh my god, why is there a character limit? Fuck you! God damn. Here, I should make this idle grab fails will be slower. Cancelled grab fails. As a result of the incoming changes, successful melee grabs from idle may be buffed. Successful range grabs from idle will feel the same. Idle grab fails will be slower. Successful cancelled melee grabs will be buffed. Successful cancelled range grabs will be nerfed. And cancelled grab fails will be nerfed. Let's put a space there too. All right, that looks good. What do you guys think? Since there's a bit more reading here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Beautiful. We will export this.
As long as ninja grabs get the long-needed nerf, I'm happy.
Oh shit, you know what I need to do?
Good morning, Zeth Chat. What do y'all think of a 9800X3D, 4080 Super OC, 64 gigabyte DDR5 RAM kind of setup? Put together this banging port rig and am trying to find a reason to not pull the trigger. I'd be able to sell my whole current system and laptop to offset the cost.
Shut up, bitch!
There. Whoa, you're sweating? What are you sweating for? Ugh. There we go. If anybody wants a link to it, boom. Uploaded. You're welcome. Oh.
Shut up, bitch!
Should have put a little caption at the beginning of the video that you may need to pause to read some of it. But if anybody wants to download it and put the whole thing into their own video editor to
TV sounds real too.
see what I did.
Shut up, bitch!
Actually, you know what I should do? I'm going to upload that to YouTube and then link to that. I could use more people on my YouTube. Keep it a buck. Okay, let me see. YouTube Studio. Content. How do I upload a video to YouTube? I just fucking stream to YouTube. I don't know how to upload a video to it. Anybody know how I upload a video to YouTube? Yeah. The grab, because we limited the input latency, that was definitely having effect on the original results. With the 240 FPS, canceling into a grab was significantly lower at 240 FPS. Top right. Oh yeah, it says upload right at the top right. You're right. Huh. So... We don't need a thumbnail. Is this video made for kids? No, it's not made for kids. Kids might get tilted. No paid promotions, no none of this shit. Don't need to add any tags. Or maybe we do add tags. Black Desert. Sage. Grab. All right. Video language. I mean, there is no language there. Math, that's the language. Category, gaming. Black Desert. Online. Okay, next. Don't need an end screen. I don't know what cards are. We'll make it public. That is instant premiere. When you set your video to an instant premiere, you and your viewers can watch it together at the same time. Oh, no thank you. I don't want to watch it with you guys. I just spent the whole time editing it with you guys. Boom. Video is published. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that works. There we go.
New. Grabs are.
Your last two messages.
Shut up, bitch!
Let's see. Okay. You know what I also noticed? From the time the grab actually connects on the opponent to your SA starting, there seems to be a gap, which explains people getting CC'd in their grab. Yeah, I was saying that earlier, right? And that's why I think it kind of threw us off on the earlier numbers too, because we're like, the gap between the SA showing up seems large, but the gap between the point where the other player seems to be locked is smaller, right? So Yeah, there are a lot of times where you hear Awakened Sages be like, what the hell? I got CC'd out of that. That's fucking bullshit. That might be why. There might have actually been that gap the whole time, right? Also, something funny that we noticed too is a melee grab. If we bolt after a melee grab, our bolt is overcharged and we get the iframe. But if we bolt after a range grab, it doesn't overcharge the bolt and it doesn't get the iframe. I don't think that's intended. I'm pretty confident that that's a bug too.
This is a sage.
Here, I got my lunch here. I got my little breakfast bites that I heated up in the air fryer while I was waiting for Cal to finish up what he was doing. I think they're awesome. They're like eggs with cheese, green onions, peppers, and some garlic salt and black pepper thrown in the into a muffin tin and baked. Oh yeah, and bacon. And then I just put them in the refrigerator. So every time I want a little snack, I just stick it in the air fryer, warm it back up. Yeah. We'll notice it when failing a grab, and we'll notice it when canceling into a grab. You know what I should have put in the conclusions? That we discovered that there's a gap between the protection, there's a gap on the grabs. How do we word that? People are going to be like, of course there's a gap. But there's a gap between the grab being successful and the essay coming up. I should have put that in the conclusions. And yeah, we also discovered that no overcharge bolt on a ranged grab. Never realized those two things before. Okay, let's go hit the grind. I'm not gonna bully this guy out of the spot. Yo, a crowded server? That's crazy. What's a lucky channel right now? I haven't been on Serenity 6 in a hot minute. Maybe there's a buff here. Fuck! There's a horse here. God damn it. Let the horse watch. Let's see who it is. It's another fucking Coomer. Like multi and flowers. Running around all day in a goddamn bathing suit. Because they can't get their minds off of the assets of their characters. God damn it. These goddamn Coomers. We'll grind down here. Oh, we need to move this other shit back. I just wanted to make sure this was all... Fuck. Can I just do this?
want to get my Crocodile Sanctuary, but these stupid T9s won't go, so I can Mythic Awaken them. SMH.
Maybe 25. No, maybe it was 20. That'll bring this up to 300. Oh! Goddamn! That was so perfect. Okay. Maybe get a little bit more space. Don't need the frame limit on anymore. Yeah, I like that. Okay, I gotta leave in 2 hours, Pig Cave. In like 2.5 hours. I'd appreciate it if you opened up. What motivates me to grind that much? I enjoy playing the game. I don't do it for any reason. I enjoy hanging around, talking to you guys. That's my motivation. You guys are too flattering. You need to cut that shit out. Oh, do I have mystical powder? Let's move that elk stone back. With 3-hour pit caves? Yeah, I don't know what happened. Why the hell are they closing so fast? I think it's because dawns have gone back up, right? When dawns were starting to get down to like 80 mil and 70 mil, people were like, maybe I'll stay at Darkseekers. Too many people playing the game? That too. Probably a combination of both things. All you Black Desert flavor of the month players need to get off my game right now. Get out of here, all of you. Scout, get out of here. No. Yeah, if the Fortunate Pig Cave was open all the time, yeah, it definitely wouldn't have the same feel. Also, I think Dawns would be completely, like, saturated. Chat, you know what I just did, by the way? That shit took me, like, what, 3 hours? For a 30-second video? God, no wonder why I don't do YouTube. That shit was ass. That shit cost me $6 mil! Do I use an MMO mouse for this? I use a dirty-ass Logitech mouse, the G fucking 502X. Focus, goddammit, focus! You just gotta take my word for it. My camera's not cooperating. Got the beer goggles on. Greasy mouth. It's actually not greasy. All the spots where it's matted is actually because of my hand rubbing against it. It's actually removing the glossy finish. Actually, you know what? It might be a little greasy right now because I was just eating those bites, though. Maybe a combination of both. And spermy. Why do you gotta say that, Pone? Why do you choose to type these words? What a terrible day to have eyes. I know, right? There's something wrong with you guys. You guys need Jesus in your life. Shut up, Gulperton. What am I doing? My YouTube channel is gonna go crazy now that I edited and uploaded that video. My God, chat. OM fucking G. I'm pretty sure I'm a professional YouTuber now. Leave me alone. What did I play before Sage? Hello Kitty Adventure Island. No, I played Warrior, then a touch of Guardian, and then I've been playing Sage ever since it came out. Nah, I didn't really play Ash. There's a lot of classes that, like, you could include practically every class that has come out since Guardian. Like, I went on it for at least a day or two after it was released. Touch a Guardian? You wish, buddy? I do. Oh my goodness. I wish I were a watermelon and she were trying to break it with her thighs. Oh my goodness. Huh? No. I just can't think of any better way to go, you know? It'll be like that episode of Game of Thrones, you know? With the mountain squishing that guy's head, except it'll be a guardian squishing mine with her thighs. Tell me that isn't an epic way to go. Wait, what is this? God damn, look how much longer my beard is. That clip. Why do you guys keep these things? Holy. Why do you guys keep these clips? Holy. One of these days there's gonna be a montage of me on YouTube style. I hate you guys. You guys are really pissing me off, you know that? Really pissing me off. Oh, Scholar? Ooh, yeah, Scholar's number 2 for me. Guardian and Scholar. Then Archer. And then maybe Drake. Archer, I get. Who both am I missing, chat? This is just house.
Wart bag.
By the way, you guys, I haven't blown up my asshole yet this morning. It's now 2 o'clock and we're still good. In case anybody was wondering. For those of you wondering what I'm yapping about, I decided to try something new this morning, and this is getting worse. Don't worry, it'll get better.
I decided to mix protein powder with my coffee. And it was actually pretty good. And the chat was like, "Ooh, you're gonna have the squirts later."
It's a chocolate flavored protein powder that's really, really low carbs. So it almost made it taste like a mocha. Actually, I might still have some left. Now it's all gone. Yeah, I took my coffee. So I brewed my coffee. And then I iced it to cool it back down.
You like that mocha creamer in your coffee?
No, no creamer. I hate milk in my coffee. Yeah, so I took the black coffee, put it on ice to cool it down, and then mixed the chocolate protein powder in with it. And it was delicious. Milk. Shut up, you losers. Milk. Is that better? Milk? You guys are losers. Shut up. It's not nice to make fun of people, you know?
Splaga, blaga, 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 blom, 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 beam, 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 spiggity bum, spiggity bom, bom, yes, 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 yes.
Oh. Yeah, I would have muted my microphone, but since you guys are being assholes about the whole milk situation, I decided to sneeze right in your ear. F you guys. You didn't hear it? What? The noise gate? Oh, you lucky bitches. Why? You guys can't keep getting away with this. Oh, I didn't make a command. No. Do I still have it in my thing? Yeah, there we go. Name it Sage Grab. Or yeah, just name it Sage Grab. We'll change it later to be Old Sage Grab. If we call the command Old Sage Grab right now, it'll be confusing. Let's see. Sage Grab tested. Now we wait to see how nerfs feel. Boom. Look at that, that's teamwork. I edit the title, you make the command. Jesus, we're like a well-oiled machine. All we need is a little kiddie pool to wrestle around in now. Hey, Diddy did nothing wrong, apparently. No slip and slide? No, I'm the slip and slide. You kidding me? You fucking with me, Vortex? I use the same add-ons everywhere. These are what I'm using. No, no problem. Here, maybe I need to change the title of the stream and add the word current. I was hoping the and now we wait comment afterwards would have been enough, but apparently not. You think we read? Nope. You gonna open the cave? I'd appreciate that. Ooh, little limbo. Little limbo seal. Second, let me check something. Wait. Are you calling me Gooner content? Did you just wake up and you wandered into my stream? The hell? Most of it has been from grinding, but yeah, lately I've been dummying. Actually, most of it has been dummying. There's probably about 20% I was fishing. Oh. Alright guys, I'm just double checking something with my order. Most of the stuff's been shipped out now, except for the processor and the case, which is not supposed to arrive for like another week or a week and a half, depending on which it is. Am I building a new PC? Yes, but not for me. I'm building one for my mother. Her PC just died. So, she asked me to get her a new PC. I told her, don't buy a pre-built, I'll build you one. Save you some money. Get some better components with the money savings. So, her payment to me for doing this is I'm getting a 9950 X3D, which is what I'm ordering. And then I'm going to give her my 7950 X3D. And then the rest of that PC is going to be hers. $7950 X3D will be plenty for what she uses it for. I also bought her the exact same memory that I have, except I ordered the non-RGB memory because I'm so tired of the RGB that I'm just going to take the non-RGB ones and put in my computer and give her the RGB ones. She'd be like, ooh, look at the colors, I like that. How does the grab change feel? Well, luckily for you, I'm a time traveler. I traveled into the future 2 to 3 weeks. We don't know exactly what. I tested the grab changes. And then I came back in time to when we didn't have them. Just to tell you guys how they feel. Yeah. The grab changes aren't out anywhere right now. They're not on Global, they're not on Korea, they're not on NA. Our testing was the current grabs, because once the grab changes happen, we can't test it anymore, right? So now we have all of the how grabs currently feel documented, and we can now speculate on how it's going to feel, and then when the grab changes do happen, then we have something to directly compare the changes to. Yeah, I have a full-size one too. And yes, they are amazing. They are so damn good. I love this keyboard so much. Ask Armin too. Armin just recently got a Wooting, and he's like, yeah, it changes everything. Once you go to one of these keyboards, I know Steel Series and what you call it? Steel Series and Razer. They have their own variants as well. But yeah, Wooting was the original. Yeah, I have the Wooting too. Yeah, I have the non-HE, so I have the full. I'm pretty sure HE isn't the full keyboard, right? But look how cool it is. And watch when I press a button. Boom, the colors radiate across the keyboard from wherever I press the key. Shit is cool as fuck. But the responsiveness, right, is so amazing. because as soon as you put, like, with your traditional mechanical keyboard, there's a switch in there. And as soon as it passes the certain point, that's when it does the input. And then you have to release past that same point before you can do another input, right? With this keyboard, you don't. Even just a minor release on the key resets the switch, so you can do very, very rapid inputs. Like I said, the keyboard, when you have it in its tachyon mode, they call it, where it is the most sensitive, you're going to realize how clumsy your fingers are on the keyboard, because you will just, like, you'll be typing something and you'll just, like, you go to hit F and you won't realize how minorly you're touching D. And then the keyboard will put the D in there too. And you'll realize that you're just typing gibberish. So, like, it feels really weird, but yeah, I highly recommend it. To me, in regards to keyboards, this shit was like the difference between going from a hard disk drive to a solid state drive. Here, let me see. If you type the PC command, I know I have it updated in there. Actually, maybe it just says right on the back of it. Yeah, I have the Wooting 2 HE. That's the exact keyboard I have. See? Focus. Focus. You can't see the 2. It's in really low font. There we go. Can you see it? Wooting 2 HE. No, that's not true. Those mechanical keyboards were good, and they went. A lot of keyboards went over to membrane, so they can have the little what do they call them? Chiclet keys, which unfortunately membrane keyboards have issues with multiple inputs when they're in similar family groups. So there was the benefit of the old mechanical keyboards and how they were kind of coming back, right, for a while there. But this is the next evolution. Trust me. It is not even close. These types of keyboards will become standard one day. Like, I shit you guys not when I tell you that it, like, changes everything. It feels so off, because normally you have to pass that actuation point before it does the input, right? So you're used to having to press the key down in order, like, past that point in order to get the input. And then if you wanted to repeat that input, you'd have to lift it up past that and then back down. No, this keyboard, you can do just the lightest little tap on it, and it will register those key inputs if you have it set to that sensitivity. And it will register your input so quickly that at first it feels like the game, like your brain is so used to dealing with that old delay, that at first it feels like the keyboard's predicting you, because you're not used to it reacting so quickly. You're like, what is going on? Why does this feel so fucking snappy? Like, if there's one thing that I am super stoked about of all my PC upgrades, and I never would have imagined this to be the case, it was the keyboard. And you know what's nice about this keyboard? Is it has analog as well. So, like, you know how in a racing game, because, like, if you're playing Need for Speed or something, right, and you're using a keyboard, if you press A or D to turn, it's either full turn or no turn, right? So you gotta, like, rapidly tap the key if you want to slowly turn around the corner. Well, you can set this up into gaming mode as well for games like that. And because it can register how deep the input is on the key, you actually have that analog feel in racing games as well. Like you would with a joystick, where you, like, slowly tap it over, or you crank it all the way to the side. Same thing with braking. You could put the brakes on just a little bit, or slam the brakes down with your whatever, right? It's like, it is fucking phenomenal. Like I said, I cannot recommend this keyboard enough. I have the Wooting 2 HE. The Wooting 1 did the same thing, but it used lasers. The Wooting 2 uses magnets, and it's even better. Gosu? Oh, shit. She's like, okay, 3 inches? Good job, man. That's much better than 2.5. Yo. What setting? Oh, another thing that I really love about this keyboard that John just reminded me of is they have a web interface that will link to the software in the keyboard, so you don't have to install any apps. You don't need any apps or bloatware on your computer. You just go to the website, it links to your keyboard, you can adjust the settings in there, and then you leave it. And then you close it. You don't have to have software on your computer. You guys want to see something funny or hear something funny with AI? Watch this, you guys. One second. Hopefully you guys pick it. Hey, Google. Let's make sure you guys can hear this. What was the first keyboard made with magnetic switches?
That's a really interesting question. Magnetic switches have been around for a while, but they're definitely having a moment in the keyboard world right now. The first keyboard to use them was actually the Wooting one, which came out in 2016. It was a pretty big deal because it let you customize the actuation point of each key. That means you could...
Okay, never mind. The AI got fixed. At first, it would say that it was Razer, and I was like, what are you talking about? It wasn't Razer. So I asked it. I asked it that same question that I just did, and it said Razer was the first blah 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 blah. I said, what year did Wooting do it? Okay, calm down the sound effects. I then asked it, what year did Wooting come out with magnetic switches? And then it said years before Razer. And I said, isn't that contradictory? How is Razer the first when Wooting did it years earlier? And then the AI was like, oh, sorry, I guess I was wrong. But it looks like it's corrected now. It didn't actually make that mistake. It's because for a while there, Wooting, or was it Razer? Right. Razer keyboard magnetic switches. I'm pretty sure it was Razer, unless it was SteelSeries. Their advertising was trying to claim that they were the first ones to do it. Maybe it wasn't Razer. Maybe it was SteelSeries. Oh, yeah, it was their Apex Pro. Where's the SteelSeries? Here, let's try this again. 1 second. Let's see how it advertised it, because they used to claim that they were the first. Hey, baby. Does SteelSeries have magnetic switch keyboard?
Yep, SteelSeries does make keyboards with magnetic switches. Their Apex Pro line uses what they call OmniPoint switches. These let you adjust how far down you need to press a key for it to register, which is pretty cool for gaming.
At one point, did they advertise that they were the world first to do it, even though Wooting did it before them?
Yeah, there was some controversy about that. SteelSeries advertised their Apex Pro keyboard as the first with adjustable actuation, but Wooting had released a similar keyboard a bit earlier. It seems like SteelSeries focused on the adjustability aspect, while Wooting highlighted the analog input.
How many years of difference was there between the Wooting keyboard and the SteelSeries keyboard?
The Wooting one, which had the adjustable actuation feature, came out in 2016. SteelSeries released their Apex Pro keyboard in 2019, so there was about a 3-year difference between the two.
That's right. Hold them accountable, those rats. It looks like they fixed their marketing, though. Everybody makes mistakes. At least they fixed it, you know? I like SteelSeries. I used to use a lot of SteelSeries products in the past. Oh, I saw that ogre blood I sucked out of that mutant last night. Holy. Yo, where's this pig cave at? I gotta leave in an hour and 15 minutes. Open up, you goddammit piggies. Don't make me run out there and climb up on your tower and start shaking my ass. I'll fucking do it. I'll fucking do it. When's the latest it can open? Oh my god, after I'm gone. My YouTube channel is going to be so up huge. So up huge. Oh my goodness. Now's our chance. Now's our chance. Now's our chance. Shit. Not our chance. I'm thinking of trying... Sometimes I can't tell those. Oh, Ranger Succession. Is it really as bad as people are saying? Bad at what? Duck Ranger is one of the strongest large-scale classes in the game. I think it's an okay grinder. And, yeah, I mean, it leaves something to be desired in 1v1. Practically any community that just talks about how bad a class is usually is just being hyperbolic. Usually. One thing you'll learn in BDO is people have that Ricky Bobby mentality where they'll, you know, if you're not first, you're last type deal. Holy fucking flashbang! Jesus Christ, remind me to never to do a lightning prison straight into the sun. Holy shit. Holy fuck, that was bright. You guys see that? I hope you guys got flashbang too. I'm gonna do it again. Boom! God damn. You ready? Let's do it again. Boom! Damn. Boom! God, why is that so fucking bright? I wish I was that bright. This isn't even on remastered. Are Are we supposed to praise the sun now? Something like that. Icarus needs to watch the fuck out. The sun's getting closer. Kinjara, how are you liking your 5090? Are you still considering swapping to one of the vendor versions, or are you still sticking with the Founders Edition? This man managed to win the lottery and get a Founders Edition at MSRP. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, the drivers are a lot better than they were, but they still need work. I'm so happy that my monitor issues got resolved with the driver update. Because that shit was pissing me off. I'd still like a new monitor, but... you know, I'm good for now. I'll wait till Christmas. My wife and kids and stuff will be asking me, Dad, what do you want for Christmas? I'll say, a banging ass monitor, so I can look at your mother's booty pics in HD. You mean 4K? Nah, I don't want a 4K monitor. HD sounded better, but you're right. HD is like 720p, right? And then Ultra HD is 1080p, and then you have 2K and 4K. Isn't it crazy to think that HD 720p was once considered HD, high definition, because everything was 480, 360 or 480. Boy, oh boy, have we come far. Raiden, yup. Yep, Raiden indeed. I can even dress as him. I have an outfit that looks pretty close to it. The Crimson Flame outfit, I think, was designed to look very close to it. Although I wish they didn't have the stupid spot in the middle where his hair comes through. What's 2K? Don't you mean 1440? Shut up. That's 2K. I actually got to take my dad tonight to go buy a laptop too. I had to go drop my daughter off at a birthday party and then drop my other daughter off at dance lessons. And then I'm gonna pick my dad up between those two drop-offs. Gonna drop off my oldest daughter at that dance thing, and then I'm gonna take him down to like Best Buy or Staples. Go get him a laptop. I told him though that we're gonna go there because I want him to have that hands-on feel, right? Because my dad has macular degeneration, so his eyes aren't as good as they used to be. So he struggles with looking at things head on. So I want him to get a keyboard with like good keys and a good monitor. And I feel like the best way for him to genuinely know if he's going to like it, a laptop or not, we need to have it in front of us, right? So I told them we have a Best Buy and a Staples side by side. I said we'll go into Best Buy, we'll take a look at what they have in stock in store. If you don't like anything there, we'll walk to the Staples, and if you don't like anything there, then we'll come home and we'll just have to, you know, do a lot more research and try to find something to order. But if we can actually find something in stock where you can get its hands on, then you know what? That'll probably be a bigger win. I basically want to get a nice like monitor with a it'd be cool to get like a 1440p laptop that's like 120 hertz, like an IPS screen at least, and then with like really big keys. Like get one without a numpad, because I doubt he uses the numpad anyways, and then it has bigger keys for the rest of them because they don't need to use that numpad space. And then just make sure it has a SSD and a solid processor in it. How long will it take? It'll probably be about a month or so. Okay. Pig Cave, you need to open right the fuck now. I am so tired of waiting for you, Pig Cave. Open the fuck up! Open it up! Any GMs in my chat? Let's see. Let's see if I see any in the viewer list. Oh, there's none. None. Let's scroll down a bit. Maybe there's some CMs in there. There's CM Etsu. Etsu, I see you lurking. Why does Etsu not have VIP? There we go. Okay, let's check the G's. No. I got Pen Fallen God. I have no interest in buying a Pen Fallen God right now. I feel like that's a trap. The time gate is basically, like Choi said, like how Choi's put it, it's gentle parenting. They recognize they fucked up with how they set that shit, but they don't want to completely fuck over the people who earned it. So they did this thing that is obviously very temporary in order to make them feel not completely like shit when they implement the Sovereign Armors or the Adana Armors. But I am not throwing away my hard work to bypass a minimal amount of time, what will be a minimal amount of time, for such a minimal amount of stats. I can't justify throwing away thousands of hours to do that, of active grinding. I value my active playtime way too much. But every time they add more ways to get more of those stones, which they will, it will diminish the time benefit that the existing ones have, right? Or get off rip. Right now it seems like a big deal, because they'll get, you know, pretty far ahead in terms of an individual piece, or each individual piece they have. But, you know, as soon as they add, like, we're obviously starting with 1 stone a week. Eventually it'll be 2 stones a week, and then immediately that benefit is cut in half, right? And then they'll add a way to get another stone, then it's cut in 50% more, and then they add another one, and it's 33% more, right? And before you know it, you know, the difference between them and others is probably going to be largely lost, depending on whether people were lucky or not, right? It'll eventually get to that point. I already made the mistake of paying a high premium on an item just to have it early, and that was for a Ted Ogre way back in the day. I spent 30 bill on it back when we were grinding 100 to 200 mil an hour. And that was for 5 AP, which was a much more meaningful amount of stats at the time. And 20 through the quest line? No. I can't imagine them giving those through the quest line. They're giving the embers through the quest line for the Sovereign offhand. But I don't think anybody's going to bother trying to grind up 1,000 or I guess 900 embers. That shit's going to be like 300 hours if it's similar to any other ember in the game. Nobody's going to wait that long to get their Sovereign offhand. It's just way too big of a stat bump to wait that long. At that point, they shouldn't even have bothered to keep it a buck. Weekly bosses? Yeah, but from what I understand, you're only going to be able to do one of those bosses a week, right? And doing that boss, or, I mean, I guess it depends how they do it, right? So there's going to be 5 castles. Each castle's going to have a boss. And you can compete for that castle. So in order to be eligible to compete for that castle, you have to kill that boss. So what we don't know is, are you only going to be able to do one castle and you're locked in on choosing to compete for that castle? Or will you have the opportunity to clear all 5 castles, get the rewards from them? But if you want to be the Idana of that castle, then you have to choose that castle. So it could be one or the other, right? I don't think you're going to be able to grind it out in decent time. I think it's going to be like 300 hours, to be honest. I think because they know that this one's more expensive than the other Sovereign weapons, they wanted to make it more difficult to get, right? It's effectively 60 billion silver more because it's an extra 20,000 Caphras, right? So what they're trying to do is make it so, because it's 60 billion more expensive than the previous Sovereigns, that they want it to take longer to grind up. So that's why they made it 1,000 pities instead of it's open! Let's go get that flame. There's an ember in there. Ooh, shit. What server am I on? I am on... What was it, Serenity 6? Yeah. Damn it, I always forget about those wagons there. Garmoth first? Hell no! Who does that, loser? You kidding me? It is. It's such a sick Awakened Sage horse. They're gonna make the journals easier, yes.
Bruh.
This is perfect. It'll probably close just before I gotta go. Ooh. Because of maintenance tonight, too, the cave will probably be open as soon as I get up. As soon as the servers come up tomorrow. Nice. Double pink cave! No, I wouldn't have. The lightning is what sold me. I mean, I played Suck Sage before Awakened Sage came out. I thought Suck Sage was cool. So, like, I probably would still be playing Sage, because the dimensional thing with Suck Sage is super cool, too. But the lightning was like, oh my god, hell yeah. Ready now, win? You want me to bring it back? I don't know. Every time I change my outfit, I don't get drops. That was weird. Why didn't they turn? Why did my damage feel low? Oh my god, I didn't switch my crystals back! Chat! How did I not notice that? I've been just so thinking about other things while grinding Darkseekers. Holy fuck me running. Wait, why don't we have void destructions? Oh, that's right there. Fuck, I'm so confused. That's better. Ooh, let's go. Do you guys Sage still has stamina issues? Oh, I'm on EU right now, like Krishan. There's no pig cave on NA right now.
Damn, almost 67 on 2 regions. What a beast XD.
Yeah. Ooh, a bone. Oh, nobody out here. Ooh, a bond. Let's go. Yo, I'll race you. Race you. Ooh. I don't need one. Oh my god, stop bailing, you stupid idiot. Just fucking melt it. Just put it in the fire, that'll melt it. What do you mean? How are you failing? All you gotta do is put it in the fire. Oh my god, happening? Holy shit. finally. Because he's a nerd. Wait, what? What did he ask? What did he ask? What do you mean because I'm a nerd? Oops, I did not mean to do that. I just fucked up. Oh, double one all the way across the sky. Ooh. This was me earlier out of Darkseekers. Blinded by the light from my lightning prison. Fucking stepped on a banana peel there. What the hell? We don't know that yet. Too many variables changing. Also depends on the mob's DR. Doing pretty good with wands and stuff. Brutal Gladiator on a hash? Ew. Ew. No self-respect. Imagine playing one of the most OP classes in the game. Disgusting. Hey, what's up, Zabella? Oh, we got a hammer, chat. We got a fucking hammer. Where we get a fucking hammer? When the fuck did we get a hammer? Tap something, let's go. Hell yeah, we'll tap something. Little hammer. Boom, we got our 334 stack. We don't need shit. We don't need shit. All we need is a big fat pin. Wait, what? Pin! Oh, so close. The last couple times, in the middle of my third run, that's when this shit gets closed. Yo, what's up, Lunar? Yeah, I wanted to document before the changes happen what Awakened Sage's grabs feel like in different situations. So we can speculate now on how we think that the grab changes are going to affect us. And then after, we can redo the tests and we can directly compare, right? We can see if our suspicions were close. When are we gonna have a maid that auto feeds our pets? Huh? Huh? Oh, see? What the fuck did I say? What the fuck did I say? It's always as soon as I'm starting the third run. I'm honestly beginning to think that every maintenance, it resets the probability of the pig cave closing. Like, I think it's RNG in the sense that it decides, every week at maintenance, it decides how many runs per pig cave it's going to be until it closes. Or something like that. Because it's so crazy to me that you'll have like a full week of like every pig cave feels like it's 3 hours. And then now it's like every pig cave is like under an hour for this week. It's like, it seems like for that week, for each week, it seems to be roughly the same time all week long, even on weekends. Oh, Zephy and me, Menzies. There's more and more people can grind there? Yeah, that would be a reasonable...
Guys, I'm shaking, I'm fucking shaking. I never wanted to breed with anyone more.
Shut up, bitch!
That would be a reasonable conclusion if it didn't go down as well as up. But it makes no sense where all of a sudden we have... It wouldn't make sense if we didn't have like a full week of like 2.5 hour pig caves. Just after a week of like an hour and a half pig caves. And now we have like a full week of under an hour pig caves. There's some tomfoolery going on, I promise you. You know what we need Garmoth to do? We need Garmoth to create a graph of how long each pig cave opens. And I bet if they did that for every single day of the week, for every pig cave, you would see like every week all of a sudden it'd be up and it'd be roughly the same every cave. And then the next week it might be down and roughly the same every pig cave. And then back up the next week. I'm telling you, I'm starting to notice a trend.
I'm noticing patterns. The thing is these pig caves are closing like just the same amount of time during prime time as during off hours this week. That makes no fucking sense at all. Because prime time is going to be far larger of a
determining factor than anything. Like, I'm half tempted to record as soon as a pig cave opens and when it closes. And then pay attention to that. And then, the next time a pig cave opens, I'm going to do a run, and I'm going to wait till that 1 second passes past that, and then I'm going to kill the pig, and watch that shit pay out. Boom! I'm starting to think there's an elapsed time, and the first person that completes it after that set time for the week, they get the reward. I guess I don't even really need to time it. I could just use my stream VOD. Maybe I should compare my VOD. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to compare my VOD from today to my VOD from Monday. Oh no, I can't on Monday because we were in our bosses when it closed. Was the pig cave open at all yesterday? I think it opened immediately. Oh yeah, we could do yesterday morning. What am I talking about? I'm noticing a trend, though. I am noticing a pattern. I don't think each week is exactly the same time, but it is so damn close. Like, every pig cave for a full week is roughly the same, and then after maintenance, it seems like it's a whole new, like, amount of time. I mean, I guess we'll see tomorrow, right? Maintenance is tomorrow morning, so... Wait, wasn't there a KR patch last night? I don't even remember, I completely forgot to check the KR notes. Why am I yelling, by the way? I talk so loud sometimes. Because of you, Menzies. Pissing me off. You're just vibing, you're gooning. Every morning you wake up and you're pretty sure you already have a ritual altar in your house dedicated to Savior. Oh my god, what is Cal doing? He changes his light stones after he finishes grinding each spot? That is so cumbersome. Oh. Ah, John, you didn't get a third run. You were too slow. Too slow. That's right. The hated becomes the hater. Let's go. You got a Tep Altara? God damn, that's a couple billies. Peekaboo? Peaboo? What are you typing? You having trouble over there? Damn, we're already finished? Holy fuck. I bet we close it. I bet we close it. I bet we close it. See, chat, it's closed. Can't go back in. Yo, we beat Gladiator out on his hash abusing class. Wait a minute, that's not a TEDx. There's Gladiator. Little slowpoke. Little slowpoke. Slow McPokeyton. Ah. Well, chat, I need to hit the road. I gotta get my daughter to a birthday party in about 28 minutes. So, thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Who did I raid yesterday? Can't remember who I raided yesterday. Don't forget to grab your tokens, you guys. Maybe I'll send you guys over to Vert today. After party drops end? When they're over. I don't know. I think they're supposed to go on for a little while. Actually, I'm going to send you to Mr. Grimkill. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. And we will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow morning is maintenance. Not really a whole lot coming from what I understand. But the day after going to be super exciting. Should be a big old fat global lab patch. So, yeah, be here for that. We're going to probably spend the whole day on global lab because there's probably going to be a ridiculous amount to test. So thanks for hanging out. Hope you all have a wonderful day. And we will see you all soon.